Good afternoon, everyone. Program will resume in a few minutes, so please take your seats. Once again, the program proper will begin in a few minutes, so please take your seats. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, the program will resume shortly, so please kindly take your seats. Once again, the program will resume shortly, so kindly take your seats, please. Good afternoon, everyone. The program will resume very, very soon, so kindly take your seats. Good afternoon. We are starting the program in a few seconds, so please kindly take your seats.
What does it mean to adapt? What does it mean to reinvent? The answers may seem light years away, but if we keep our focus, we'll reach that light at the end of the tunnel. What does it mean to adapt? Our built environment is evolving. It's essential that we reset our ways to protect it and nurture it. What does it mean to reinvent? By reimagining how we construct and use our spaces, it can lead to the revival of sustainable practices and towards a more welcoming and inclusive society. The world needs a reboot. So, what does it mean to adapt? And what does it mean to reinvent?
Hello, everyone! Are we feeling refreshed? How was lunch? I almost enjoyed it until I don't want to share, but I'll just stop right there. But I think I can be heard outside. All the beautiful people outside right now taking, I don't know, photos. If you can hear me, please, we are starting now. So come on in and take your seats. Don't make me go out there, because I will. But anyway, welcome back to ARIS 2022. I guess you're all feeling refreshed. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, everyone, because we still have a lot to cover. This is the PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit and the thought leadership platform of PropertyGuru, Southeast Asia's leading PropTech company. Now we're entering our third segment of ARIS 2022, Rethink/Reset. We really do need to think of ways to move forward strategically, creatively, and smartly so we can improve our built environment. But just a quick reminder, please don't forget to cast your vote for your favorite hackathon presentation. Voting only happens here and it ends at 4 p.m., guys. Feel free to check out their booth outside and say hi to the hackathon teams whenever you get the chance. Before we hear from our next set of speakers, we will pick our next lucky delegate to win something. It's a Google Nest Mini, which, believe it or not, I have one that's bigger and I still can't work it. I'm not tech friendly. William Tan! Woo! Claim your prize in a bit. Okay, I'll hold on to this. You guys are witnesses that he won. Okay? Here we go. Are we ready? Please welcome our next panel discussion to tackle sustainable, affordable housing solutions in Asia and the challenges and solutions that come with them. This session is co-presented by our supporting partner, Reda Institute of Malaysia. Please welcome our speakers. Come on, let's give it up for Tan Sri Datuk Eddie Chen Lok Loy, Trustee, Reda Institute and Group Managing Director, MKH Berhad, Dr. Nai Jia Lee, Head of Real Estate Intelligence, PropertyGuru Group, and Ryan Ip, Researcher, Director, and Head of Land and Housing, our Hong Kong Foundation. First, let's listen to the presentation by Tan Sri Datuk Eddie Chen of Reda Institute.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to all. And of course, the hall is somewhat depleted. It's an indication of probably the topics that we are going to discuss, and that is housing, affordable housing, and sustainability, and so on. And certainly, you know, housing affordability is not a localized issue. It's a worldwide issue, actually. I sit in the International Housing Association committee, and you know, whether they are from South Africa, from Brazil, from United States, United Kingdom, we share similar issue and challenges. And certainly there are solutions. Using, sort of, IT could be one of them. Matching, the demand and supply, matching location, the affordability level of the people. I think this will be probably a very good input that we can have, to solve some of this issue. Before I touch on any other thing, probably just to give an idea of what we are doing in Malaysia. Malaysia is a young country in many sense. 50-60% of our population are below the age of 40. But nonetheless, it's growing. And we used to have a population growth of about 2.7, 2.8. But it has since, accelerated to about 1.7. But it's still, an active population. And we, do have to accommodate quite a big section of these lower income people in terms of affordable housing. While the social housing side is currently taken care of, in many sense by the government, but it's the affordability, the segment of the market. And these are probably, we would like to define it as, people who probably pay about 80% or 70% of what is market home or market rental. And this is one section in Malaysia which were in many ways overlooked. And that was why, the government set up a corporation called Prima. Prima Housing, Prima Housing. This is essentially to take care of this segment of the population who is neither too poor, to qualify for social housing, to qualify for, all those, what are called government sponsored housing, but too poor to afford, the market home. So this is, what we call the M40 in Malaysia. And providing them with houses, of course, is a big challenge. Currently, of course, one of the biggest challenges now is financing. With rising, interest rate and so on, sort of this poses a big challenge to them, especially when, Malaysia, we have, a household debt of about, 80 odd percent, 80, odd, so of course, it's not the highest. I heard that, Thailand is probably even higher or something like this. But in terms of, the composition of the debt, a lot of the debts are not what I call that, appreciating debts, or equity, that can grow, in the form of car loan, in the form of, petrols, credit card, and so on. So that one actually, impede affordability, quite substantially. But we are, moving on. We are, looking at various ways in which we can grow this affordability segment. And government, of course, has provided a fair bit of incentive. For example, there were subsidies for, a certain segment of the government. For REDA, we have been having a lot of concession through the home ownership campaign, where the stamp duty were waived and legal fees were waived and so on. And this helped, of course, affordability. And we will continue, to lobby the government, for more, other, especially compliance costs, to lower them. For example, land premium, infrastructure capital contribution, and so on, to be lowered so that what they call that, houses can be made more affordable. And of course, this is the Malaysian sector, and because Singapore, Hong Kong, they have different challenges. I believe probably not unlike Malaysia. I think in many ways you still have the the issue of affordability, issue of this population that cannot afford your market home. But Singapore, I believe, has done very well. But Hong Kong, I am not sure. I hear a lot of the most expensive city in the world. So on and so forth. So I'm not sure how they, are able to, cater to that lah. But nonetheless, I think we are going to hear from Dr. Lee and Ryan, about what are their, sustainability issues, the affordable housing related issues. Maybe I will get Dr. Lee to start.
Thank you, Tan Sri. So for Singapore housing, right? If we look back, the different milestones, I think post-independence, Singapore is facing a very severe housing shortage. The population was quite large, expanding very fast due to the post-baby boomers. So the government set aside really a building plan, and they were very aggressive in building up a lot of public housing. There are several unique features. First, we have what we call the retirement financing. That means the Singaporeans were able to tap onto their retirement funds, which is actually what we call the Central Provident Fund, to finance their mortgages and purchases. Right? Second thing is, most of the affordable housing programs that we see in the world tends to focus only the low-income households. But in Singapore, they focus on the majority. That means 80% of the household are eligible based on their household income. So it's largely the middle income. The third thing is, in the past, most of the public housing, you cannot trade in the secondary market. Singapore allows it to be so. So it becomes like an asset to hold. It also brings the people rooted to Singapore. The fourth feature, which is also very intriguing, and of course the government along the way has made some tweaks, is they have ethnic quotas, because they realize that if they leave it to the market, everyone will want to live close to their own groups of friends. So they want to create a very diverse, inclusive society. So there are very purposeful calibrations to create what we are seeing today. And one of the most important things that allows others to really happen is the Land Acquisition Act, to allow the government to acquire the land parcels at relatively affordable rates, but still market value. It's affordable because of the timing. Of course, now is the land rates they have reviewed, and so it's actually really packed to the market rates. But over time, after they have, housed nearly 90% of the population, so what's next? You have the very poor, they have the rental housing catered to the very poor. So the next thing that they are very concerned is, how do they create a sustainable living? Because imagine they represent about 80% of the housing stock, right? So that is something that they wanted to make sure that, to drive sustainability. So they could do so. So the HDB, or the Housing Development Board, they have this what we call the Greenstown program. They start off with initiatives such as they're going to build solar panels. They also have a lot of sensors to track how people move, how people use their certain amenities, and plan accordingly. So they are creating two sides of the things: smart city and sustainable living. But that being said, affordability is an issue, despite most of the people has a home. So there are two to three groups that actually, I would say, fall within the cracks. As we can see, when you set affordable housing or public housing, there tends to be what we call income ceiling. In other words, at certain level of incomes, you will realize that you could not qualify for HDB flats at the BTO stage, or to buy directly from HDB. So you have to buy in the resale or secondary market, and the prices will be very, very high. And when you buy from secondary market, it also means that you have to fork out a significant sum of down payment. Then The other group is what we call the singles. The singles are forming a larger and larger proportion of the population as we go. And that, because the singles, we cannot allocate housing based on individuals, because that will take up too much resources and is not sustainable. So what they realize is they are often priced out of the market, both in the secondary, and they have to rely on the rental market, which is not that great now because due to the slowdown in completions during the pandemic, the demand is much higher than the supply. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Sri.
Sure. Thank you. Maybe I can share some of the experience in Hong Kong as well. I think Hong Kong is actually having a very interesting housing market because actually half of Hong Kong's population are homeowners. Half of them are renters, so homeownership rate in Hong Kong is only 50%. It's actually, I think it's actually a lot lower than Singapore and also Malaysia and Thailand as well. And another interesting thing is actually 30% of Hong Kong's population are living in some form of public rental housing. So I think in that sense, Hong Kong actually have the largest public rental housing sector in the world. So that is two very interesting phenomenon. And I think, next slide please, I think the whole of Hong Kong's public housing system actually starts from a fire. Right? In 1953, Christmas Day, there was a fire in one of the squatters area in Hong Kong, and then a lot of people lost their homes. And that time, the British government, British Hong Kong government actually started this public housing program. They built a lot of the resettlement estates to try to rehouse those who has lost their homes in the squatter fires. And slowly they roll out this program and allow a lot more those living in other squatters to move in the resettlement estates. So next slide please. So in the beginning, the Hong Kong public housing system actually focused heavily on the rental units at the outset of its public housing program because its aim was to resettle all those has lost their units in the squatter fires. And next slide, please. But then when we try to next slide, please. And then when we try to develop, we sort of try to develop a lot other programs to hopefully covers different segments of the society. So if you look at this slide at the bottom, at the left-hand side, can you go back? Can you go back? At the left-hand side, you have the public rental housing, which is at the bottom. It houses around 1/3 of Hong Kong's population. And the rent is set at around 10% of the tenant's income. Right? So it acts as a safety net for those grassroots people, for those low-income people. And then in the middle, you have the home ownership scheme. I think it's similar to the HDB in Singapore, where the government would sell the subsidized housing units at a discount. It was usually a 50% discount of market price. But then there's a catch. When you try to resell these HOS units, you have to pay back the original discounts to the government. Right? So the resale market is actually very inactive for this HOS because not a lot of the people will be able to afford to pay back the original discount. And also, the discount is not fixed. What we call the unpaid premium is not fixed at the day when you purchase. It would increase according to the market prices. That means if originally you bought a HOS at say $1 million USD, and then it was like 50% discount, so the market price for that was $2 million USD, right? So you own the government 50% of the market prices, and let's say 10 years later, you want to resell your HOS, and the market price of your units, let's say, now raised up to, let's say, 4 million. So the amount that you have to repay to the government is not the original 1 million. It's actually 50% of the prevailing market price of your units, which is 2 million. So a lot of the people are not able to afford to repay this so-called unpaid premium back to the government. So that's why the resale market of the HOS is actually very inactive. And we also have the private sector participation scheme, where you have the private developers help the government to build the affordable housing and then sell them at an affordable price. And right now, we also have a new starter homes pilot scheme, which is targeting those with the income exceeding the limit of the HOS, but still cannot afford to buy a private housing. So these are the sort of the housing ladder of affordable housing in Hong Kong. Next slide, please. The next slide, I just want to show the income ceilings of different affordable housing schemes in Hong Kong. And you can see that actually for the public rental housing, in terms of income, it actually covers 55% of all population in Hong Kong, if only concerning about income, right? For the HOS, if you're counting the HOS, actually 80% of people in Hong Kong are somehow covered by the public housing scheme. And you've also add on the starter homes pilot scheme, actually 90% of the Hong Kong people are covered by the various type of housing scheme in Hong Kong, at least theoretically. But then you have also challenges in Hong Kong's affordable housing system. Next slide, please. The first challenge, next slide, please. The first challenge is actually a insufficient supply. This graph shows the annual supply of all forms of affordable housing in Hong Kong. You can see that since 2007, 2008, the annual average completion of affordable housing in Hong Kong actually dropped by 50% as compared to the previous 10 years level in 1997 to 2007. And also, in the next 5 years, you also projected that the completion of affordable housing will still be 30% short of the government's own target. Next slide, please. So the waiting time, this is amazing. The waiting time for you to get into a public rental housing is actually 6 years. So you have to wait for 6 years before, on average, before you can get into a public rental housing. So that is that is the extent of the undersupply of public housing in Hong Kong. So that is challenge number one. Challenge number two, next slide. Challenge number two is very limited turnover of the public housing units. This graph shows the turnover rate of units according to different property types. If you look at the light green line, is actually the turnover rate of private housing is around 5 to 6% per year. The turnover rate of private housing is actually around 5 to 6% per year. But then, if you look at the turnover rate of public rental housing and also the subsidized sales housing from the government, it's actually less than 1% per year. So these affordable housing are actually not circulating, right? So once you get in the public rental housing, you will not get out because you do not have incentive to get out. And also, it's very hard for you to resell your unit in the resale market because you have to pay back the premium to the government. So that is the challenge number two, limited turnover of units. And challenge number three, next slide, is actually a undesirable social consequences. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, we have 30% of the people in Hong Kong are living in public rental housing, right? So you have a lot of the low-income grassroots people who are living together in large public rental housing estates, right? So that will generate a lot of social issue. One of them is actually divorce. If you look at these two graphs, you can see that the number of divorced females and the number of divorced males are actually a lot higher in public rental estates as compared to other housing types. And also you can see that the number of divorced males is more than the number of divorced males, because for male, after you divorce, it's usually for them to remarry again. And another consequence of that is, next slide please. Another consequence of that is we have a lot of single parenthood, again, concentrated in public rental housing. And I think some of it is because of the perverse incentive that is embedded in the allocation mechanism of public rental housing. Because it prioritizes, firstly, it prioritizes single parent families, and also it prioritizes married couples. So what happens in the past in Hong Kong is some of the husbands living in the public rental estates, they live in Hong Kong, but then they work in mainland China, and then they spend like 5 days in mainland China, and they only spend the weekends in Hong Kong. And then some years pass, 4 to 5 years pass, they get another girls in mainland China, and then they divorce with their own wives in Hong Kong, and then their own wives in Hong Kong and their children become a single parent household in Hong Kong, which can still occupy a public rental units. And then their husbands eventually remarried with the girls in the mainland, and then they come to Hong Kong, and then they queue for another public rental housing units. And but in the past 2 years, I think because of the COVID, because of the restrictions of the border, this movement actually dies down. So I think there's a silver lining in every crisis. With that silver lining, I think I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Certainly, you hear the two sides, three sides, of how each country, try to tackle the affordable housing in their own way. But of course, they have their own challenges, like your 3 challenges and so on, or your 4 or whatever. They look like, similarly, Malaysia, we have a different set of challenges. Most affordable housing are, done through private initiative. That means through mandatory quota set by the government. For example, you apply, to get a piece of land converted to housing, residential, whatever. Usually what the government will do is that they will impose a 50% quota. That means you can build 50% market home, which means you can sell at any price you like. And you then have to build 50% affordable homes where the government actually set the price. For example, they will say, okay, out of this 50%, 20% is, cannot be sold above 200,000 ringgit, another 20% not more than 150,000 ringgit, and 10% will be 42,000 ringgit, which is about US $10,000. So in essence, Malaysia, we have one of the cheapest houses, probably in Asia, if not in the world. So we are trying to address this mismatch, but it's not easy with the rising cost, cost of construction over the last year or two, and then with the COVID and so on. Increasingly, we find it difficult. And of course, when you set a mandatory quota, it doesn't matter where your housing project is. You could be, in Jurong, or you can be in the middle of the city. You still have to provide the same quota and the same price. And your land costs, of course, are different. You find that it's quite, it's very challenging. And of course, with scarcity of land, we are, beginning to run out of land that are suitable for housing. And now we have what they call the transport-oriented development, which you already have 30, 40 years ago. And we are now starting that trend, into transport-oriented development, where we give you better density, higher plot ratio, and less car park and so on. So that one do contribute in some way, to this affordability. What is probably very lacking in Malaysia is data. I think today we are talking about data. I think that this is something that probably through private initiative again, whether you can actually, because in Malaysia it's mandatory. That means the government actually, don't, just doesn't matter where you are. You just have to build to the quota. If we can have a set of independent data, not from developer, because when we, lobby the government to reduce those, they say, oh, you developer only want to make more money, you just continue. But if we have said, PropertyGuru, I was talking just now, just before I came on stage with my colleague, Datu Mustaza, we were saying, well, why not the property guru, one of your property guru colleague was there, you know. Why don't you help generate a set of data that says, you know, hey, this development, you know, is actually not suitable, you know, for this affordable housing, you know, and this other location is probably better and so on, you know. Therefore, you know, there's more discretion in terms of imposing this kind of, what do you call that, requirement, you know, which I think going forward, I think Radar Institute, we will need to have a data platform, you know, where we can actually tell the government, look, this mandatory thing is nonsense, and what happened is that we're left with a lot of developers that has land that are continue to be vacant because it's just, you know, the location is just not suitable, you know, for affordable housing, you know. But the government said, well, you know, the data is there. So there's a lot of, what do you call that, waste of resources there, you know. And now, of course, we are also going into, to help ownership. The government is talking of rent to own, you know, which means that banks are also coming in to help out in terms of rent to own, which means, you know, you go, you know, to the bank, you know, the bank said, okay, we buy over this property, we rent it, you know, to you, and in 5 years, if, you know, you want to buy, you have the option to purchase the property at the price that you entered into, you know, and part of your rental will go into the purchase price, you know. So this, you know, this rent to own, I'm not sure, you know, we are now trying it. It's still very much in the infant stage. Singapore or, you know, Hong Kong, you know, are you looking at that, or what is the, you know, what is the thing about owning, you know? Because of course, you know, you know, in Malaysia, where there's no safety, you know, social safety net, the house that you buy actually is part of your saving. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you live off that house, you know. But of course, you know, there's this idea that, you know, Europe, there are people who don't believe in buying a house, don't believe in owning a house. You know, they just want to rent, you know. So we are now looking into that, and probably we need to look at some model, you know, where they are successful. I'm not sure, you know, your input on this.
That is actually a very interesting phenomenon. In Singapore, I think the government actually have a scheme in place for renters to purchase smaller units of HDB flats to transit towards ownership. And the reason is because by transiting towards ownership, it gives the children, especially they are looking for those families or single parents families, the children, a more equal chance to move up the society ladder. And studies have shown that those with a permanent home, they tend to perform better in school. And because when they own the house, right, they probably remove that stigma and remove their neighborhood actually improves. So that also has a positive impact on the development of the kids, and that helps to break that poverty cycle. Now, that is the low income level. Then you have the mid and upper income level, which is what we are observing very interestingly, the opposite. That means they own to rent. So they buy, they own it, then they sublet it out, and then they rent somewhere else. You know, be it as a rental income, so that at some point in time, they don't like the place, they are more mobile. So to a certain extent, that is good, but at the same time, it changed the nature of what public housing is supposed to be, because it's supposed for you to stay, but it's becoming more and more, in Singapore context, an investment asset. Then at the same time, then you have the different groups of people. So just now, Ryan was talking about divorce. So in Singapore, divorce is also increasing, but the divorce that we are seeing more problematic is actually towards the higher age groups, those probably in their 60s, 70s. Apparently, during the pandemic, a lot of wives divorced the husband, and both end up in a very bad shape. So they all need the subsidized rental housing. And the reason was because of the pandemic, they are stuck together, and somehow the wife just got enough of the husband's things. And it's true, because when I was doing the volunteer work, right, when we listened to the residents, a lot of the appeals actually come from this group. So we were like, really, there's a very big trend towards that direction. So that those kind of demographics changes actually becomes a problem. And then at the younger first-time homeowners, there are people who are changing to going to want that kind of lifestyle and going to co-living, rental directly. So I think rental could be something that I think all governments are now looking at with a different lens.
I think it's actually interesting because you just mentioned in Malaysia, actually, the majority of affordable housing is actually built by the private developers, right? And you said there is certain problems on that. It's interesting because in Hong Kong, in the past, traditionally, almost all the affordable housing are built by the government themselves, right? And we are actually trying to move more towards the private market. We're actually trying to rely more on the private market to build affordable housing. But the thing that we are trying to do is slightly different to what Malaysia is doing. In Hong Kong, we have this pilot scheme of public-private partnership in providing affordable housing. What the government do is they will select a few sites and then they will tender out to the private developers, right? But on the tender documents, they will list out all the requirements. Let's say how big the units has to be, what is the price that you have to set. Normally, it's like 50% from the market prices. And then it will list out all these requirements on the tender documents, and then it will allow the private developers to bid the land with these requirements in place. Of course, the bidding prices will be much lower than otherwise. But then we try to use this system to sort of control where and what and how the affordable housing is being built by the private developers. That's the third thing that I want to share. The second thing on home ownership, I also concur Dr. Lee's point that I think home ownership is important for a few reasons. First of all, from a societal point of view, I think having home ownership actually creates a sense of belongings for the citizens. It increases the stability of the city. And secondly, from a personal point of view, I think home ownership is actually helps the low-income people to increase their wealth through the appreciation of the asset. And thirdly, from a academic point of view, I also saw we also have some studies in Hong Kong showing that there are a lot of positive impacts by home ownership. For instance, you have lower divorce rate, you have lower single-parent rate, you have higher education attainment for children, and lower unemployment rate. So I think we also believe home ownership is important. And that's why we are trying to push, we are a public policy think tank, we advise the government, right? So we are trying to push the government to change our currently rental-focused public housing system to more home ownership-focused system. One is by, like you suggest, by offering rent-to-buy model for new public housing. Another initiative that we suggest is actually for the government to sell the existing public rental housing to the sitting tenant at an affordable cost. So by doing so, you make the public housing tenants to become homeowners, right? And that is important because 30% of the Hong Kong people are actually living in public rental housing. So if you can make these people become homeowners, then we can actually increase the homeownership rate of Hong Kong by a significant margin.
Okay, I think regarding your last point, would you then be depleting your, the rental stock, which is, your rolling stock, because in Malaysia we did the same thing. We sold some of the, those transit home, where people pay, maybe 20% of market rate, or 30% of market rate. and government decided that, oh, we now want to sell it to them at, this price, which is not even replacement cost, So would that in a way depleting your stock? Because that is very important, the need for transit home.
Yes and no. Yes. Why yes? Because theoretically yes, right? Because you're selling out your public rental housing. So theoretically, your public rental housing stock must be declining. So theoretically yes, but practically no. Why? Because as I mentioned in the PowerPoint earlier, the turnover rate of the current public rental housing is like 1%. So currently, the people are not returning their units to the government, right? Of course, you can have very draconian policies. You can spend millions of dollars. You can spend like bunch of people to check all the public rental tenants. You can do all the checks. But then it will be firstly, it will be very costly, and secondly, it's very disruptive to the tenants, and it may also raise a lot of opposition from the tenants, right? So if you cannot, if you cannot get them the unit anyhow, right? So you might as well sell off the units because there's no way for you to get back the unit. So why don't you just sell off the unit, get back the money, everyone is happy.
Okay. All right. The other question is, like said, with the interest rate, that is going up, 1% increase in interest rate is probably equal to maybe 10% of their installment, or maybe even much more. Because for many house buyer, the interest rate actually make up about 60-70% of their, the installment payment. How is this affecting, purchases in, your countries?
So for Singapore, right, it's a very interesting phenomenon. So for those first-time homeowners who don't have very rich parents, they are impacted quite severely because they have the amount of loan that can qualify is being restricted because of the higher interest rate, and they have to fork out more per month. But the interesting part that we saw is that, despite interest rate increasing at quite an alarming rate, home prices are still going up, demand is still relatively resilient. And one of the reasons we found that is actually probably leads back to when Singapore, majority of the population are homeowners at the same time. So what happens is when prices go up, even though the interest rate goes up, the increase in the equity is more than enough to offset the increase in interest rates. So that is one. Then the second one is something that is very hard to track, which is intergenerational transfer of wealth. So a lot of times when we go to the show flats, you see that now buying a home is a very complicated decision matrix. Not only the wife and the husband have to decide, they have to look at both sides, in-laws, to see whether they can agree on purchasing the house. So it's like a 5% decision matrix whether they should buy or not buy a new home. So because of that, this intergenerational transfer, the equity part is served, and then of course it also helps the people to afford. But that being said, if interest rate continue to climb, we already can sense that the budget is going to be screamed. People are looking out for alternative, cheaper options. So, like for instance, instead of focusing on the super prime areas or certain, what we call the mature estates, people are looking at further out, which are more affordable, which are larger. So during the past few months, we see, like for instance, the public housing, the ones that increase the price most are actually places like more far out, like in the far west or far east or far north, not the south, because south is a prime city area. So that is what we are observing now.
Well, I think it's interesting because in Hong Kong, buying a home is also an intergenerational decision. We are talking about private housing, right? Private housing in Hong Kong is hugely expensive. The median price to income ratio is like 30 times. It's way far ahead a lot of the other cities. It's actually one of the, it's not one of, it's actually the expensive city, most expensive city in the world. And you know, there's a, it's so funny because there is a, I remember there is a advertisement of a private residential project, and it says, going to buy a home is the best activities for a family day. So that's funny. And back to the original question, interest rate effect on the property market. And I think the effect is actually minimal in Hong Kong because 2/3 of the homeowners in Hong Kong has actually paid off their mortgage, so they do not have to pay any mortgage. So, so when you have a market where 2/3 of the buyers are already paid off their mortgage, so you can imagine the effect of interest rate hike would be very minimal to the market.
Okay, the other issue probably I'd like to look at is, like said, mobility in terms of income mobility, asset mobility, you know, because a lot of people said buy a cheap home, you know, to build equity, you know. Would it be a situation where, you know, where you buy a house in a poorly located, cheaper houses, you know, which is usually the affordable category, which is, you know, the location is not prime and all this thing, would they actually be ever able to catch up, you know, in terms of building equities, moving up to the next property level, you know, and because you are continuing, you know, in trapped, where, you know, your equity is always growing, you know, in the affordable category, always growing less than probably, you know, your $30 million home or your $50 million home is going up, you know, 9-10% a year, whereas the affordable home is going about 2%, 3%, hardly catching up with inflation, you know. You know, what would you see as the...
Well, that's actually what has been happening in Hong Kong for the past 10 years. People buying smaller units, people buying units in a remote area. So that's why the price increase of smaller units and for those units in the remote areas are actually a lot higher than larger units and units in the core areas. But then there's an important catch. Well, you have to be able to buy the small unit in the beginning, right? So a lot of the people can't even afford to buy a small unit that is in the remote area. So you know what people do? They go to buy car parks. They go to buy car parking space, right? Car parking space in Hong Kong are actually a very heated investment property classes in Hong Kong, right? Because first of all, it's cheap. It's not cheap in the sense of a car park. Well, it was like an average car park in Hong Kong costs about 500,000 USD, right? So it's not cheap as a car park, but it's cheap as compared to a residential unit, right? So a lot of people will go buy a car park, and also is a car parking space, and also it's very easy to manage, right? You do not have to worry about wear and tear. You do not have to worry about your tenants will destroy your car parking space because there's nothing for you to destroy. You do not have to worry about your tenants do not pay your rents because if it does, what you do is you just tell the management office and then it won't allow his car to come in. So it's very easy to manage a car parking space. So a lot of the people actually try to buy a car parking space in the past 10 years. And actually car parking space has been the best investment product in terms of all property classes in the past 10 years in Hong Kong.
Singapore, how many people actually graduate from HDB to private housing?
Actually, I would say actually the proportion is quite healthy. In fact, too healthy. And the reason why it's possible to do so, I think the Singapore government made a very concerted effort to decentralize the city by building a very efficient MRT transit system. So that actually pushed up the price in the outer skirts area. And then they also focus to build employment centers in that area. So suddenly you could buy something very cheap, say in this place called Tengah. Okay, currently there's nothing there. So in the far west, mainly industrial estates. So it's very cheap, relatively cheap. But what happens is the government is going to build an innovation district. They're going to invest a lot on the 3D printing in that area. It's going to drastically change the area. So when that happens, the kind of capital appreciation is actually very great. And that helps to narrow that gap.
Is it an exception or the norm?
I would say that was the intent was to increase accessibility, right? But the unfounded effect is narrowing of the gap. And you can see that the prices of those in the outside central region and the core central region, which is the CBD area, they are actually narrowing. So in some places, not for the very, for the masses may not be great, but the prices have reached $2,000 Sing dollars per square foot. And in the city area, it's still $3,000 per square foot. So in the past, it's like 1,004. So it went up to 2,000. So that kind of appreciation actually narrows. But I don't see that, because I cover that in Malaysia, I also cover some things in Thailand, Vietnam. I don't see that in those markets at all. So I think it's very uniquely Singapore in that sense.
Okay, time's up. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, and thank you for the support, Reda Institute. Okay, it's time to give away another prize to our lucky Aris delegate who will bring home this, where is a TP-Link Deco Mesh Wi-Fi system. I wish I had a bigger bowl, but this will do for now. As my mom would say, you guys, everyone, fish bowl. Seth Leong from Menta Build. Congratulations. Please claim your prize after. Okay, let's watch this important message from our official ESG partner, Bondec Foundation.
คุณรู้หรือไม่เด็กกว่า 60,000 คนคาดว่าอาศัยอยู่ในแคมป์งานก่อสร้างทั่วประเทศไทยยังมีความลำบากในการเข้าถึงบริการด้านการศึกษาด้านสุขภาพและบริการอื่นๆนับว่าเป็นอุปสรรคสำคัญในการดำรงชีวิตที่ปลอดภัยร่วมกับบริษัทพันธมิตรเราได้เปิดตัวคณะทำงานปฏิบัติการสร้างเสริมผลลัพธ์ที่ดีทางสังคม Building Social Impact Initiativeบริษัทสมาชิกสามารถเข้าถึงกรอบปฏิบัติการและเครื่องมือเพื่อไปปรับใช้และพัฒนาคุณภาพชีวิตของเด็กและครอบครัวที่อาศัยอยู่ในแคมป์ก่อสร้างมีส่วนร่วมโดยตรงในการประเมินและลดความเสี่ยงการดำเนินงานของผู้ค้าในห่วงโซ่อุปทานทั้งนี้ Initiative ยังส่งเสริมการดำเนินงานด้านสังคมใน ESG ของสมาชิกอีกด้วยร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับเราเพื่อความสำเร็จในการพัฒนาสังคมอย่างยั่งยืนในภาคอสังหาและก่อสร้างสืบต่อไป
And now we're going to learn about the inspiring story of how two young women from Indonesia thought of an idea to transform trash to eco-friendly bricks. Please welcome our fireside chat moderator, Jules K, General Manager, PropertyGuru Asia Property Awards and Events. Woo! Novita Tan, CEO and co-founder Rebricks, and OV Sabrina, Chief Operating Officer and co-founder Rebricks. And panel, may I remind you of the timer right in front of you? You got this, Jules. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Come on, wake up. Yeah. This is not the first time you're going to see me, so you're going to be bored with me. So we've heard about tech innovation. We've heard about innovation in the market. We've looked at affordability. Now we're going to look back at the environment. And we have two people who are true innovators here, innovators that want to save us. You know, I've got some scary facts for you. The amount of plastic produced every year is roughly the same as the entire weight of humanity. That's a lot of damn plastic, right? The amount of single-use plastics globally has tripled since the start of the pandemic because we keep delivering stuff in plastic, right? And virtually every piece of plastic that was ever made still exists. We're not getting rid of it, we're burying it, we're throwing it in the ocean. In fact, we're breathing it and eating it, even though you don't realize. In tiny particles, we are filling ourselves with plastic. So we might be recycling, we might be trying to do something about it, but really, the best option is probably to reuse it, don't you think? Let's use it for something useful. And these two, Ovi and Novi, are doing just that. So let's hear a round of applause for some real action takers in the environment. Now, Rebricks Indonesia is a great concept, as you heard, to turn this useless, dangerous plastic into something useful. So let's hear a bit from you guys. What brought this idea about, and how do you do it? So, you want to start?
Yes, Rebricks start with our idealism, like be an entrepreneur, but with a good cause. At the night, I figure out how many plastics do I produce today. Like in the morning, like maybe the drinking instant coffee or making a noodles with the packaging, how will they end up with the plastic waste? And then I figure out we live with that plastic. Or maybe when I eat the snacks at the elementary school, it's still until here. Then I'm scared, wow. And I want to do something. And then I ask Ovi, let's make something. Because this is a very urgent problem from the plastic waste. And then we have access to do some trial. And then Ovi have access for the factory concrete. So we start from that. We learn all the literature review, and then we have a trial million times through the blood and tears, up and downs, and finally we launch the Rebricks.
Fantastic, well done. And so, I mean, what was the process? I mean, you say you had a trial a million times. Yes. That's a lot of trials. Yeah. So when you finally came to a solution, what is that solution? How do you make bricks out of plastic?
So basically, like, can you hear me?
Put it there.
Okay. So basically, we started in 2018, and when she mentioned million times, it's not really an understatement because, like, so actually, like in our team, we are joined by a PhD student in civil engineering in one of the university in Jakarta. So we made so many samples, we tried so many ways, to recycle the plastic. We tried the PET bottle plastic, we tried different kind of plastic, and we tried several methods. With the oven, by heating it and everything. But finally, at the end of the day, we chose this method, which is like we don't burn or melting the plastic. We shred the plastic, and then we mix it with other materials, and then we pressed it, and then like we cure the product for several weeks, and then like we actually use this method. So it's very simple method and modular, which is like we make it to be that way, so it's easier to scale up. So we can actually use it in other part of the country where it's like not, still remote and everything. So that's actually why we choose this method.
Right, and when you say ways to use it, how can you use your plastic bricks, the Rebricks, and what applications does it have?
So every meter squares is contain like 2 kilo of non-valuable plastic waste. It's like so small, it's like 2 kilo. But for remember, plastic waste is very light. So like 2 kilo is like a 25 kilos rice sack, maybe that much. So yeah, every 1 meter square is contain like 2 kilo or 80,000 pieces of non-valuable plastic waste. Yeah. For the example, maybe we already recycle about 2,000 kilo for 1,000 meter for the parking lot. Yes.
Okay.
So basically, like in making our product, we have a mission to make our product as a recycling product, but as well as like Dr. Lee said in a previous segment, like what is the use of like a green product if it's not affordable? So when we make our product, we actually make sure that our product is a recycled product, but as well, we try to fit to the Indonesian national standard always. So all our products are like laboratory tested. We tested our product in B40 from our Ministry of Industry to test the pressure power of the product. And we fit all the criteria that is expected by the Indonesian national standard. And also we did laboratory testing in Singapore as well to make sure that our product is non-combustible. Yeah.
Great. And you can use this, I think, paving. You use it for paving, you use it for walls. What are the main uses at the moment that you've seen these bricks?
Right now we have 3 products. The first one is a pavers. It's for the pedestrians, like you can see at the. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah.
Okay. As you can see in the slide, maybe it's like for pedestrians and for parking lot. Yeah. And the hollow block is for the wall. It's for build a wall. And the roaster is for a ventilation block. Yeah.
So you have three clear uses there. Great. Yeah. And what about the plastic? Where do you get it from? How do you get so much plastic?
So basically, like, because we are recycling the non-valuable waste, when we first launched our product, we were actually have the same thought. Where can we get the plastic? Because nobody collected, and because nobody wants it in Indonesia. It's like waste from waste. So basically what we did was, when we first launched our product, we started a social media campaign back in 2019. And surprisingly, people responded like super positively about it. So right now we collect directly from the people. As you can see in the screen, this is like how people send their waste to our drop points. They sorted their waste from home, clean it up, and then send it to us. So basically we can see that how our initiative can actually push them to have like more awareness about collecting and sorting their waste. Yeah.
So a very strong response from the general public in terms of providing this plastic for you, helping you in your pursuits to really use it, right? Which is great. So it resonates well with Indonesia. I mean, how's it going in terms of growth and as a business, and who are your customers?
Yeah, we have partners trust us in the 2019 when we first launched, and it's pandemic year. So we growth at the year. We have recycled about 2 tons. Yeah, it's very good amount for the pandemic years. And then we have customers and also the coverage media. And we win the award at the Asia, CIJ. And the next year we have milestones. So there's numbers growth in the partners, in the recycle, the products, and also the rebreakers, the community increase awareness to send the plastic waste to us. Yeah.
So our customer, like at the first year, our customer are like more direct user. So they support our cost and they basically buy our bricks because like in every square meter, they believe they actually stop that non-valuable plastic waste from ended up in the ocean or like in the landfills. And then on our second years, we increased the amount of waste we recycle and our sales by five times. Yeah, and then like this year, this is our 3rd years. We actually like this year alone, we already collaborated with 5 multinationals company in Indonesia. We created either like become their recycling partner or we actually creating a project. And this year we see this as a milestone, as a new company. We signed an MOU with Habitat for Humanity of Indonesia to actually create a new program called Climate Smart House, where we recycle the waste from the people and then the Habitat will use our product to create a house for them. So in the next few years, we actually targeted to reach into 1,000 houses for the Climate Smart House. So yeah, wish us luck.
Wow, that's amazing. Round of applause there. 1,000 houses, fantastic. So I mean, obviously great vision. I mean, it came from, you said that your family was involved in bricks already. But I mean, what's your advice to other people that are looking at the planet and saying, this is a disaster, how can I help? How do you get the inspiration, really? I mean, what do you do?
Maybe Ovi can add it, but for me, keep consistent what we do. So we keep trying what we can do the best, because every part can do their part, maybe. So we do our part to recycling the product with the quality, high quality product, and then maybe other part can do part, such as maybe the private sector or the developer or the actor of the constructions can trust us, our product, by using it. And maybe the government can take the part to open the access. Maybe every part can do every part to be inspired to do something for the greener building or greener world. Yeah. Okay.
I think if I may add, like, I think like we cannot really push other people to start, but we can inspire them, like Novi said, and as well as like, I think like sometimes when we talk about zero waste, when we talk about like sustainable living, right? People kind of like see this as like all or nothing approach. Like either you are perfect at it or like not really, don't do it, right? But in Rebricks, we believe that start small, just do something. Because like what you do, for example, like this in Thailand, like I'm quite impressed, like how you guys are committed to actually use this only like bottled water. Like this.
We knew you were coming, so
yeah. Yeah, and only this alone can actually make a lot of difference. So we believe that just start small, start at home. It will actually create a difference.
And also the sorting waste. I see the view of the trash bin is already sort like a plastic, like a paper. Yeah, it's interesting for us.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I think every country in this region has its advantages, its approaches, its strategies. Are you open to advising people in different countries, not just Indonesia? Are you looking to expand Rebricks across the region?
We want, actually.
So, actually, we won an international award back in 2020, Circular Innovation Gem. It's like a regional award in Asia. And then we received a lot of emails, like from Sierra Leone, and then like Europe, and somewhere in Asia as well. But at that time, we weren't ready. It was our first year, right? But it's a right time to be here. Because like next year, we are kind of like, yes, we are actually ready to expand more, to go to other cities, to other countries as well, if there is a possibility.
Okay, so developers, potential partners, franchisees, we have a great idea here that should be throughout the whole of Asia, in my opinion.
Amen.
So please feel free to approach them, and we'll see it expand. Thank you, Obi and Novi. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. And again, I want to give away this time a Sony neckband. Who wants one? Raise your hands. Okay, I only see a few. I guess you don't want it. But okay, where is the lucky bowl? My mom doesn't know I'm making fun of her right now. She's probably gonna kill me when I get home. Hong On from LLB Hans Hertfordshire. Sure? Hong, Miss Hong On. Okay, kindly claim your prize after the program. On the right side of the stage. Thank you. And remember to get connected on our social media pages. Aris is on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And don't forget to tag us and use hashtag Guru Summit. Also, we're inviting all the delegates to cast your votes for your favorite, the Hackathon presentation. And voting ends at 4 p.m. So make sure to vote. Our next panel discussion is another timely and important one. In this session, we'll learn from different perspectives coming out of the pandemic and how to respond to market challenges with smart post-COVID development strategies. Let's welcome to the Aris stage our panel led by our moderator, Manisha Tank, renowned international broadcaster, as seen on CNN and the BBC. Come on, everyone, let's give them a hand. And our speakers, Josh Chai, partner and head of tax HLB Manjud, and board member and treasurer, Property Funds Association of Australia, along with Stephen Pimley, founding partner and director of Spark Architects, Winston Lee, director of special projects, PropertyGuru Group, and engineer Dr. Zulkifli A. Bakar, managing director of Perunding ZAB, Sendirian Berad.
Thank you so much. Okay, will do. Hey everyone, how's it going? Yay, thank you. Got some enthusiasm in the front. Okay, I want to find out how enthusiastic you all are about the current Football World Cup. I'm very enthusiastic, though I'm very nervous about England-France. Raise your hand if you've been following the football.
I'm a rugby supporter. So
Gosh, there's hardly anyone in the room following the football. So my next question might not be relevant, but I'm going to try anyway. Who is familiar with Metro? Metro? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Ah, over there. So this is all about a chap who's become a viral sensation over in Qatar because he stands there or sits there on a podium all day saying, Metro, and as the fans go past, they say, this way. Now, why am I bringing this up? You think I'm nuts. I know you think this. I'm bringing it up because what's remarkable about what the country has done in the lead up to the World Cup is this very proactive building out of infrastructure. But it's proactive. What we are looking at coming out of the pandemic is reactive. We couldn't have seen this coming. And it's interesting because we've seen a transition from reactive to how that changes our proactive for Asia, what comes next. So that's what I want to bring up, first of all, with all of you. And I'm going to work my way down the panel this way. Stephen, we're going to start with you. Coming out of the pandemic, how is the region doing? And what do you think of this call for more innovation, more creativity? And if we don't have more, how will we survive?
I'm going to start in a slightly different place because, excuse me for that, it won't take very long. I'm not talking about housing. It's not the first time that architects, urbanists, planners, developers and cities have had to deal with disease. Central Park was built as an open space to help the problem of disease or the spread of disease. Other projects like the centre of Paris, the old medieval city, was demolished by housemen to create more space and better accommodation. The modern movement was set up to bring in daylight as a counter to TB. And London's embankment was built because the river was polluted and the city was diseased because of it. Unfortunately, we haven't learned a lot of those lessons, that cities have been incredibly densified. People live cheek by jowl, as we heard the guy from Hong Kong not so long ago, in Singapore, you know, very successful in its rapid urbanization, but people live very close to each other, and there's not been the investment in open space. That's where I think we needed the innovation, and that's what I thought came out of the pandemic. It was really how people used open space proactively and changed the nature of space proactively. So I was interested in that. Of course, clients say to us, can't you be more innovative? People don't want to touch anything anymore. You know, they don't touch each other. They don't touch the fruit in supermarkets. They don't touch handrails. So I suppose automation is something that we've been asked to look at, changing the nature of planning of residential accommodation to make it more flexible, or changing the nature of commercial office space to make it more flexible, because not a lot of people want to go to work. So that's the sort of questioning that's been put to us as a sort of service provider to our clients, if that helps answer your question. But there are a lot more innovation, but sadly I think we don't learn enough from the problems of history, where the Victorians were doing great things about making space for people to breathe and enjoy space. In Singapore it's a little bit different because there is a better attitude towards social space, I think, an open space for the public.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived in Hong Kong and now I live in Singapore, and those attitudes are very different. And we'll hear that it's all very different depending on where you go in the region. No, I really appreciate your view. And with that, I want to segue to you, Winston, because, again, you hail from Singapore, I believe, and there is this different attitude to open space, but there are some people, we've all got an anecdotal story, haven't we? There are some people who say, I love working from home. I want to do more of it. And others will say, get me out of here. I want to be back in the office and I want to mix with people. I want to come to conferences. So has our reactive changed to a more proactive stance? How do you survive? How do you evolve post-pandemic?
Okay, so I will like to answer your first question. Then after that, I'll deep dive into Singapore experience. So to answer your earlier question about how people creatively maneuver around pandemic, I can think of two use cases that I have observed in the early parts of the pandemic. when COVID first outbreak in China in the early days of 2020, most of the developers around the world, they can't really do their project marketing. What the Chinese developer did was they cleverly make use of technology to do live streaming to continue to market and sell their properties to the Chinese buyers. So I think that was a success case where the volume has still maintained at the pre-pandemic level, even though the whole country was locked down. And on the other hand, in PropertyGuru, we used to bring many developers to China to meet the agents, to engage with them pre-pandemic. And during pandemic, because the border was shut, we also convert the whole program into live streaming for our developer to continue to engage the agents. And that was also very successful. So I think the key word here is technology. I think technology can help to break down barriers, can help to break down geographical barriers, can help to break down health barriers. And I believe every company, every individual should creatively think of how they can leverage on technology to break down all these barriers. And I'm also very proud to see a lot of innovation being brought up by the technology team in PropertyGuru, which we can see outside. So to answer your second part, which is specific to Singapore, I think what happens in the pandemic is it's kind of accelerate the digital adoption of the whole nation. So I think in the past, many Singaporeans are still very much using physical cash and all that. I think pandemic actually expedite the adoption of digital banking and digital transfer. And the list goes on and on. And I think pandemic also shows that remote working is possible. It doesn't mean that everybody need to be physically based in the same office to work together. And there's potential opportunity to be unlocked for people to work remotely, and thereby there's some cost savings. And many companies I've seen also take a proactive approach to adopt hybrid working, which I think is working very well in many parts of Singapore. So, yep.
Depends on which industry you're in, though, the hybrid working. On that, I think one of the things that kept me sane during the lockdown in Singapore, and we were very lucky that our lockdown was relatively short compared to some other countries, was I had to go to the studio every day. Otherwise, I would have been with my 3 children, and worse, my husband. It would have driven me crazy. You know, I don't have that story about being stuck in a home. I'm still with my husband very happily. I'm not amongst those divorce stories, I'm very grateful to say. So let's change this narrative a little bit. Something else that we talked about during the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic was supply chains. And if you're in the business of, let's say, supplying concrete or sourcing concrete or whatever it might be for developers, you know, you had to innovate, you had to think of new ideas. Have these sorts of things forced us to rethink how we move forward, Zul? Yes, you're up.
Okay. My question to me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the supply chain for every country is unique, but generally, the conventional supply chain will still rule because you see, when developers try to cut costs, they try to do things like prefab or IBS, for example, right? But that would be affected by the supply chain as well, right? Because the conventional method has already established their supply chain, whereas prefab, that is why prefab in this region or even Europe, you know, is difficult to take off, you know, because of supply chain as well. So the conventional supply chain will always rule. That is why when companies try to do IBS or system building, it will going to change the supply chain a little bit, and sometimes it's still affecting, you know, that approach. Even though it's a good approach, you know, supply chain still rules. You know, right? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah. So we'll transition to something else as we look at this post-COVID situation. Josh, you hail from Melbourne, right? Obviously, we heard a lot in the news about how tough COVID was on Australia. But one of the things that has also come out is just a lot of changes on the political side. And one wonders whether changes in terms of the response on the regulatory side affect things from your perspective. From obviously, you have a tax background, but I wonder what that means for the industry moving forwards.
Yeah, thank you. Simple question. So by way of background, HLB is I'm from HLB International, it's an international accounting firm, and I just wanted to acknowledge my colleagues from 5 neighboring countries. So my perspective is from an advisor point of view. It won't have that property guru really deep sort of data analytics, but it's quite interesting. Coming here today was great because you felt normal back with people. We could be in 2019, and in 2019 we'd be having this panel, and developers would be sitting there and be pretty much a rinse and repeat. You could have cheap access to financing, your supply chain was reliable, your products were pretty consistent. Now we're in the spot where obviously inflation, interest rates, our team in Melbourne, they're working 3 days in the office. We're built so they can't be in the office every day. There's a lot of change, and the product mix that developers are moving to has changed. But that's, again, similar to a comment before, developers having to evolve is not new. A good developer is someone that actually is just really good at problem solving, and really they have really good people around them, but they will find solutions to the current state. So Melbourne was the world's #1 lockdown city. Who would have thought? Doesn't that make sense? Probably not, but it was. But we worked around it. And so innovation comes in. As businesses, like all of you, I'm sure, have evolved to change how you run your practice day to day with how you have your people coming in. We have clients now evolving into different type of developments. We have clients that have evolved into how they get capital. So yeah, I'm really interested in this panel to try and unpack more of that.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about the impact of funding models a little bit further down the discussion. So, Zulkifli, I want to speak to you about value engineering. Okay, so this is an area where you are an expert, but help the audience, help us all understand a bit more about value engineering in the Asian context.
Okay, as we've heard this morning from our chairperson talk about value management and save, give example of $1 billion savings, in Saudi. And value engineering is part of value management, where I would like to define it as a systematic and approach, of designing to save costs. But at the same time, we have to meet the safety requirement, the functional requirement, and quality requirement without compromising these things, and we still can save costs. I've been doing this in Malaysia for the last 30 years. I even won the national low-cost competition, using value engineering. That was back in 1995. And I must say that we can, since the day we started until now, we have improved, our value engineering capabilities, where we can save for high-rise buildings, for developers, even up to 12%, of total construction costs, and for low-rise, to the surprise of most developers, because they think we cannot save so much on low-rise, whereas we can save even higher on low-rise buildings, ranging from 15 to 25%, of total construction costs, depending on the soil condition, right? So I find it interesting that you posed the question, to define value engineering, in the Asian context, because the West have built differently, especially residential. They built differently than the rest of the world. I would say Asia. When I say Asia, I meant people like countries like Africa, going to the Middle East, India, China, right? These areas, they don't build like the West because they build using reinforced concrete. In Asia, we are, I would say, we love reinforced concrete, and the engineers, love reinforced concrete. Whereas in the West, people like North America, not South America, North America, all of Europe, Russia, they built using frameless structure. So value engineering cannot do much in the West because they have removed the expensive part, which is the reinforced concrete element. That contribute to, if a house costs $1, 75 cents go to the reinforced concrete and 25 cents go to the brick wall. And up to 4 or 5-story buildings, we have found out in Malaysia, and I've done it, the frame becomes redundant. Meaning we have, in Asia, we have a double structural system where you have the wall, which is called the infill wall, which we ignored. I can't blame the developers because our design practices in Malaysia or Asia, concentrates on reinforced concrete, right? So we have a redundant structural system where we are paying too much for reinforced concrete. So I think value engineering can save a lot, if we build like the West. But in Asia, I tried to remove the reinforced concrete framing, but clients find that, we are removing the structure of the building, So when we see a structure, so we get worried, that the building is not stable, right? So what I did was, we have clients who are very happy if we optimize the structure, where we can save, as I said just now, about 12 to 25%, of total construction cost, which is a lot of money considering now some developers in Malaysia, I don't know about other parts of Asia, is experiencing only about less than 10%, of development profit, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it can be make or break.
Yeah.
Make it, getting that equation
yeah,
right.
so if
it?
we can save about 15%,
Yeah, I mean, I want to bring Stephen in there.
Can I just say, I really don't like this term, value engineering. I never sit down at my desk in the morning thinking I'm going to design something to save money. I really don't do that. I think that's a corrupting way of thinking about architecture. And I think that's the problem. People think it's about saving money. It's got nothing to do with saving money. Value engineering is about getting the same product by thinking intelligently about how you can deliver exactly the same thing, but do it more inventively. The American engineer Buckminster Fuller said this, that you should try and do more with less. And I think that's absolutely right. In a sort of global society where we have finite resources, we need to put our thinking caps on. Otherwise, we're all buggered. Just like those guys are making bricks out of recycled plastic. That's fantastic. That's value engineering as far as I'm concerned. It's not about rebar reduction. It's not about changing concrete or steelwork. You have to think proactively about delivering buildings in a very different way. Otherwise, too much carbon. We shouldn't be building these buildings.
Absolutely. So I have to keep an eye on time, so I would love to get your reaction, but I'm going to be in trouble. Stephen, let's just extend on that, because my next question to you was actually going to be around creativity and how we make sure, perhaps it's not about saving money, perhaps it's about being more resourceful with what we have. That's what I'm hearing. Give us some examples of some of the things that you've been working on where you're taking that creativity and you're going the next step.
Every project I do.
Of course. But there is one that you know of that I certainly have on this piece of paper, and I'm being too much of a prudish Brit to say the words, but I will. The Big Arse Project. Tell us about this.
That's called the Big Arse Toilet. Somebody said to me last week, oh, it's another shit project. Well, it is. I don't have a photograph of it here, so it's very abstract for you guys sitting out there to understand what it is. It's basically a cluster of toilets sitting over a biogas generator, and it's for remote communities in India where there is, I'm sure everybody knows, there's an open defecation problem in India where 200 million people don't have access to toilets. So they take a dump outside their villages, which causes disease. And it's also about the health of the community, and it's sort of protecting women as well. But it's also about giving energy to these communities because they don't have electricity, they don't have water, they don't have sanitation. So this big arse toilet, basically people take a dump, the shit goes into a collector at the bottom, and it uses biogas to generate energy. It's quite a simple idea, really, and it's a very old idea. It's like taking two very old ideas and putting them together to create something very new, and I think that's what's innovative about it, and that's what I like about the way that we can think about problems like that. Go back to the brick guys. You take a problem and you give it a social agenda. I think that's very important to the way, designers can help society, really.
Now, one of the things that's going to make projects like that fly eventually will be funding. On the issue of funding and funding models have evolved post-COVID, right? It used to be the case, you want to get a project off the ground, you go to your bank, you raise the money. But today, there are a plethora of options. How has that changed the scenario? Is that a positive thing?
Well, everybody would want to go to the bank. The bank is the cheapest, it's the safest, it's the most secure. But the world has changed. The level of scrutiny that banks have in Australia, and I believe it's the same around this area as well, is the banks have a lot more requirements on the process to get financing, even if you can get it. So it takes time. So if you're a developer, assuming you've designed something really well, assume that it looks viable on paper, you need to fund it, and you need to do it really quickly. So funding from that perspective is, there's been a significant shift. To put in context, Asia Pacific has traditionally been very much based on the traditional banking model. In the United States, in 2020, 70% of the funding in general comes from non-bank lenders. 10 years ago, when I worked with developers, they just go to the banks because they can go to the same relationship manager, get the money. In the last 5-6 years, that has changed quite fundamentally. The majority of my clients now will have some access to non-bank lending for some of their projects. And what that means could be that they go to a private equity source rather than a traditional bank. There's an emergence of, and this is in Australia, so it could potentially maybe replicate in Asia Pacific, but we have clients in Australia that have actually built their own, what we call capital arm. So they actually built an investment management arm to get money from investors, which will help put capital into the project and pay a fair return to those investors. So I have a client, listed Malaysian developer, looking to build something 53 stories, and they're looking to set the structure up. So it's getting quite common, and it's a function of innovation, I guess. It really just diversifying risk, diversifying sources.
Yeah, and so in terms of innovation, where do you think that will enable us to be a few years from now? I mean, I'm thinking about things like building information modeling, the more access that we have to data. We've been hearing about that all day. I mean, if you're someone who's a financier, you are going to be thinking about these sorts of things.
Well, it's actually got to the point where, at least in Australia, there's actually so much competition now for non-banks to fund to developers. So I'm actually quite, 6-7 years ago, I'd be trying to get a developer to get funding, maybe from a non-bank lender, and now I've got so many non-bank lenders wanting access to developers. So it's completely changed, and that, competition and new products is a good thing in general for the industry, and hopefully then you get a more mature industry and a more stable level of players that do it properly. And innovation also just comes not just from funding, but in Australia, one of our biggest construction companies, ProBuild, went into administration, does multi-billion-dollar projects. So even in that traditional sense, we have clients now, because of the cost escalation, 20% plus of certain costs, they traditionally get it overseas. Now, all of a sudden, some really old Australian industries of manufacturing that was sort of almost redundant have started to prop back up, because the security of getting something local like steel is actually important. So everything needs to be reworked. But like I said at the start, developers are basically problem solvers. And I guess what I really like about this forum is that we're having all these people here to try and solve these kind of, work through and sort of work through these issues.
Thank you very much for that, Josh. Now, Winston, you've been waiting very patiently, but I think a fascinating... Thank you, Josh. Don't know what happened to my mic there. Okay, Winston, I want to ask you about China. So we've all witnessed in the news some footage which you could describe as unprecedented scenes in China. Now, does this mean we're about to see a big reopening? So this is a double-barreled question. This is the first thing. And what does that mean for property? Also, fund flows. We know that funds have been flowing in and out. Have those funds gone up, gone down, and where are they going and where are they not going?
Thanks. I'll take your first question first. Yes, you are right. We have seen an unprecedented civil disobedience in China, which was not seen for many years, ever since the last Tiananmen Square incident, where I still remember I was still a student at the time, so I'm still quite young. So, yeah, so I was quite worried that they will start shooting down the young people who demonstrated in the streets of Beijing and Shanghai, but apparently that didn't happen. Instead, what happened was they started to send signal of reopening, where they started to break down all the test center that requires people to do before they go to public transport. So that was actually a positive step. And to answer the second part of your first question, which is how fast do you think China will reopen? I think it depends on three variables. The first set of variables would depend on what is the level of economic pain and psychological pain that the Chinese people are incurring and how much tolerance level they have for it. So the recent incident apparently shows that the Chinese population are reaching a boiling point. Otherwise, normally they won't go out on the streets, even though a lot of them are still very rich. So I think that is one of the key factors. So the more pain they are inflicted and the more they cannot tolerate, and the more there's social disobedience and also you have the social media unhappiness, I think the government will take heed of that and they may accelerate the process of the reopening. The second variable will be more on the health data, meaning to say what is the level of COVID outbreak, and also especially the mortality rate, the death rate. Because one of the biggest issue for China is, unlike Singapore, which actually vaccinate the older people first, they actually vaccinate the older people last. So just to give you some stats, in China today, those old people, which is defined as those with 65 years and above, the vaccination rate is only 65%, which is super low by global standard. So if you have a lot of death rate when you do the reopening process, they may also take 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward in order to control the death rates, because that's what they are most afraid about. And I think the third variable will depend on the level of seriousness of the variant. So we have seen indication that the new variant is getting less and less serious, which then that may also be a plus point for them to reopen. So this combined interaction effect of these 3 variables will determine how fast the Chinese government will reopen the country. Although I'm not that old, but I'm also getting age. Can you repeat your second question?
So it was to come back to, so when that reopening happens, if we're being optimistic,
okay, sure. Okay.
Talk to us about what happens with fund flows. You know,
yes.
they've been going in and out.
Yeah.
What will happen next?
Yes. So I think I'll take your second and third question to collectively. I recall that you are talking about what about developer? What is the opportunity for them, right? So this is where to the central theme of today's topic, which is we talk about creativity and innovation and about being able to do things differently, right? So the biggest pain point described to me, the problem statement by the developers is that they want to target Chinese, but China border is locked down. So my response to that is in today's global world, you don't need to target the Chinese by going to China. I think that's a key message. So of course, technology is one way to break down barrier, but the second thing is, but they need to funds flow. Well, in the last 2.5 years, while most of China is locked down and the middle class cannot come to Thailand, and therefore you walk along the street, you don't see it so crowded. But the top 1% to 2% of population have come out together with their funds and family for the last 2.5 years. They are able to do so because these people are the rich business owner who have the ability to apply for business visa, which is very expensive, to come out. And most of them from Hong Kong, from Beijing, Shanghai, most of them land in financial capital like Singapore, because that's where they can park their wealth. And Singapore government has also very comprehensive visa program for people to set up family office there. And because of that, a lot of wealth have landed in Singapore. So to use an unconventional way of thinking, you don't need to go to China to target the rich Chinese. A lot of them have landed in Singapore. So actually your strategy should be to follow the money trail. If you know the money trail is flowing to Singapore, then just follow them to Singapore. We have seen a lot of success of some of our developer clients. We just did one for them last weekend. With a group of Chinese community, and there's one sale happening on the spot, and 4 of them sign up to visit the property. So I think this is how I would size up the opportunity for developer. Before China reopen, follow the money trail to Singapore. After they reopen, then you can reconnect back with the majority of them in China.
I'm just wondering whether you've got a possible tagline that you can pitch to the Singapore Tourism Board. Follow the money. Well, look, I have to wrap up. I have less than 40 seconds, basically to say thank you, but also just a quick whip round. I'm going to put you all on the spot and just say pass if you don't want to do it. But with one word, how would you describe the prospects post-COVID for the property sector? Stephen, let's start with you.
I think it's no change for us at all. It's
okay.
Still doing very well.
We'll give you 2 words then. No change. Winston.
I need 2 words. Cautiously optimistic.
Very nice. Like that one. Zul, how about you?
Still good.
Still good? I like how this is going. And Josh, you get the final one.
Adaptive.
Adaptive. You copycat. And that's -2 seconds. Thank you so much for being a glorious audience. Enjoy the Football World Cup, to those of you who are watching. Congratulations to the Socceroos, and enjoy the rugby, Josh. To all of my panelists, thank you, and to the organizers, thank you for having us.
2 words, amazing panel. Now I'm excited for our design keynote. I read online about one of their initiatives called Land on Water. And I'm curious to learn more about the design innovations that will help our urban spaces. So please welcome from Denmark, the founding partner of Mass, Marshall Bletcher.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. I've just flown in from Denmark where it's currently snowing, so this is a very nice change. And it's been great to hear some of the conversations and to meet some of you. This is a map of the world, obviously, where I've replaced water and land. And I think this image serves to remind us of the different value we place on water rather than land. We mainly use it to extract fish and to push ships around in. And I think we're slowly being reminded by the increasing prospect of sea level rise and by increased urban flooding that we've got to deal with our oceans as a critical part of the solution. And that's sort of the principle we founded MAST with. How can we create more climate resilient cities, and how can we work with water rather than trying to work against it? But first, I'd just like to share a little bit more about why we chose this mission. This is actually where I'm from, in Australia, a small coastal town. But I somehow ended up in Denmark, in this flat, sort of featureless landscape, designing houses. And it's a job that I liked, and I still do it in my spare time. But I could see that there was a sort of limited impact that you can have designing these houses for mostly wealthy clients around Northern Europe. I'll just show a few of these projects, just because I think they're nice to look at. So I've tried to use innovative materials and make them as sustainable as possible. This one, for example, is built entirely of cross-laminated timber, highly insulated with wood wool and clad in steel panels. But even with the most sustainable materials, as I said, it's hard to make an impact with these small, high-end residential projects. So I always had something in the back of my mind, trying to make a larger impact, and one way I could see was to work with water and sort of investigate how we can better work with water to make more climate-resilient cities. While I was working as a sort of residential architect, I undertook a study tour around the world and visited different examples of floating communities. People have been living on water for thousands of years, and this community in Iraq, in the south of Iraq, people have been living like this on floating reed beds for around 7,000 years. They make these floating islands out of reeds, caked together with buffalo dung, and they actually move up and down with the water, providing a sort of safe place to live, despite the very unpredictable environment. This is Lake Makoko in Nigeria, where around 250,000 people have extended onto the lake, living in these sort of floating houses as well as stilt houses, since there is a lack of affordable land. And these houses in Seattle are some of the last floating houses left in the west coast of America. There used to be many of these communities up and down the coast where loggers would take the logs that they'd cut down and use them as floating foundations for houses. But in the 50s, when they were clearing slums around the states, most of these communities were evicted. Some communities in Seattle organized together and managed to save these communities, which have since become some of the most desirable and expensive real estate in the city. So back in Denmark, I met up with another Danish architect, Magnus Marbjerg, who we founded the company together with. And Magnus has a very different background. He grew up on this ship. By the time I'd met him, he'd sailed around the Atlantic 7 times, and he'd experienced cities in this sort of sort of forgotten way, sailing into the ports of major cities around Africa, the Caribbean, and North America. I think this is the image we have of the old day of sailing, when you would enter a city and be welcomed into the port. The city was really the interface to the world. Sorry, the harbor was really the interface to the world. This, for example, is a picture of Copenhagen's main harbor, taken at the turn of the century. And this is what it looks like today. So we have this enormous asset in so many cities around the world. In Copenhagen, it's by far the largest public space, but it's really lost its original purpose. It's no longer the interface with the world. It's at best, something for people to look at from their apartments. And we both saw an opportunity in reimagining the way cities relate to the harbors. And so we started MAST 3 years ago. We're actually based on the harbor in Copenhagen in one of the last shipbuilding yards in the city center. And that allows us to build things as well as design them. So we work with a team of shipbuilders and make a lot of small projects which we think can have a big impact on the way the city relates to the sea. And the first project was very small. You might know this symbol. It's familiar to us all, this sort of solitary desert island. We thought we would build this. And this is what we came up with. It's a 20 square meter platform with a single tree growing at the center. This was a small self-initiated project. We built it one winter, one very cold winter, and then towed it out into the city center without really telling anyone our plan. And people generally reacted really well to it. They were sort of surprised at first, but then the growing number of kayakers and swimmers and boaters in the harbor started using it for picnics and for small events. And it became a really popular fixture in the city. So this project got a lot of support from the city of Copenhagen and from the Port Authority, who eventually ended up supporting the development of the project into something much larger. So we're currently working on deploying a whole archipelago of floating islands around the city, which can be combined together to host large events or separated apart to activate smaller, underutilized parts of the harbor. This is a model of the next stage of the island project. And the idea is that these spaces basically behave like any other park in the city. They're totally free to use for anybody who wants to swim or boat or kayak out to them. We also work with the city to create new ways of accessing the water. This, for example, is a simple platform which allows people to launch their kayaks or to just meet for a coffee on the water side, which was previously inaccessible. We also work on a lot of private projects in Copenhagen. We make a lot of houseboats. There's a large stock of ferries which used to service the different islands around Denmark, and it's become very popular to convert these into homes. This is a small project, again, for the city of Copenhagen, where we've created a protected swimming zone, which can actually move around to different locations in the harbor and provide a new way for people to swim safely, especially for children. And in winter, after a sauna, it's a good place to jump in the water. And this is just a video, again, of us towing it through the city center and having a swim at the same time. We think there's an opportunity now with sort of improvements in off-grid technology to create totally off-grid floating housing. So this is a small project which we started developing for Hobart, but also for a project in Norway, where we are creating these totally off-grid rental accommodation units. So the idea is that they actually process sewage, collect water, and create enough electricity via solar panels and store it in batteries to live totally off-grid for extended periods. This is a video of the shipyard where we're building a CLT structure. This is a floating sauna, again for the municipality of Copenhagen. And this is going to be a public sauna. Eventually there'll be a collection of these moving around the city, providing everyone access to a sauna in winter and a safe place for swimming. We've started working around Europe. This is a project we're doing with Fulham Football Club in London on the upper reaches of the Thames. The idea is to create a new public transport link to service the community, but also to create a totally new type of public space in front of this new stadium building. So we're incorporating native planting as well as these floating reed beds. So the floating reed beds are essentially woven fabric with seeds and small plants embedded in it, which move up and down with the 6-meter tides and provide habitat and also clean the river water at the same time. The platforms provide a sort of spill-out space from the stadium and also a new public space which everyone can use. So this is a small animation showing the movement of the floating reed beds and also the movement of the floating river bus stop at the end. And the river bus stop was designed to also provide a public space to work as an amphitheater where people can watch the canoe races and the kayak races which go up and down the river. This is a project we're developing in Milan, in Italy. So this is a former quarry which is at the center of an area called Sigrate. And this area has been lacking a sort of public square. So the idea was to create a new public park, a central park for this part of Milan, and to provide different buildings actually floating on the water which can move up and down with the groundwater throughout the seasons. So these buildings are floating on concrete foundations, and they're connected via adjustable bridges to the mainland. There's also I'll skip through, a collection of floating islands attached to this project. So floating in the center of the lake, there will be around 8 floating islands which provide a new type of public space, space which people can use for events, for weddings or for performances, or even rent out to camp on these islands overnight. But throughout all of these projects, we saw that there was some severe limitations with current technologies for building on water. The most common way of building on water at the moment is using floating concrete and styrofoam foundations. And that's quite an unflexible solution. So for example, if you build a house on a concrete pontoon and you add an extension or you add a piano, the whole house will tilt to the side, and it's very costly and difficult to mitigate that. Another solution for building on water is using steel. But steel typically has to be coated with anti-fouling paint, which is poisonous to the marine ecosystem. So we thought there was a solution which could both solve the flexibility and also create a better environment under the water. So we teamed up with Romberg Group, who are an Austrian developer who'd make a lot of timber housing. And we developed a totally new solution for building on water called Land on Water. And the idea is to create these simple modules out of reinforced polymers. We hope to use a majority recycled plastic in this. And these modules can fit together to form a variety of different spaces, either infrastructure or housing. This, for example, is a proposal for a floating campground for a city in the west of Denmark. The cages lock together and form a space frame structure. And they work a little bit like gabion cages. So gabion cages have been used, for example, for foundations for churches in Europe for hundreds of years. And they basically act, they store stones, which create really stable and affordable foundations. We've sort of inverted that concept where we fill these cages with flotation elements and create very stable and also flexible floating foundations. These sort of top panels, which are connected to the cages, have inbuilt conduit for services and provide a space for insulation or even landscaping. We've worked with Romberg Group to incorporate their existing timber frame construction systems. So the idea is eventually you'll be able to buy kits which can be put together to build houses, for example. And we think there's an opportunity to create something which is a net positive for the environment that the house is built in, not just neutral. So the cages can actually provide perfect anchor points for seaweeds and for mollusks, and habitat for different animals underwater. And this shows a sort of fisheye view of one of the projects. And you can see that there's a different distribution of flotation in the cages depending on the weight which is put above it. So this is, as I said, really beneficial if you're going to adapt housing at a later point. There's also the potential to add new cages and to extend these and to create larger communities. So this is a proposal based on the land and water system which we made with Romberg for Lake Constance in Austria. The idea was to create a totally off-grid floating community which produced its own food, collected its own water, and processed all of its own waste. And we think it's a perfect sort of laboratory for testing different technologies since it's so visually disconnected from other services. So this is a view of the project. We found out that in the center of Lake Constance is some of the only international water in Europe. So the CEO of Romberg Group is really keen to build this thing and sort of tow it out in the middle of the night without telling anybody and see what happens. So we hope to build this, but we're also looking at developing a lot of other projects in the coming years around the world. We're working at the moment on a pavilion for the World Architecture Congress in Copenhagen next year, which will use seaweed as a construction material. So actually taking some of the resources from the ocean and building with them. So we're going to clad this large pyramidal structure in seaweed, and we're going to also grow seaweed on the underside of the pavilion. So it's only an experimental project, obviously, but in the future, maybe you can imagine growing your cladding underneath your house. And that's all I've got time for today, but I'm happy to talk to you afterwards and share some more of my projects. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marshall, and for that wonderful design keynote. And I can't wait to build in my mind my future land on water. We're giving away now another prize. This time it's a Xiaomi 360-degree home security camera. And this, guys, everyone, this is fun. This camera, I have one for my fur child. It's clear, let me tell you. And it goes out, oh man, this one. Woo! Can this name be any harder to pronounce? I will try my best. Khairil Shwazwan bin Amir Hussein. Khairil bin Amir Hussein, please claim your prize after the show. It's a Xiaomi 360-degree home security camera. Okay, and speaking of a 360 camera, I hope you're enjoying your camera in the foyer. It's a 360 camera. Please, again, reminder, don't forget to cast your votes. It ends at 4. What time is it? Ooh, oh, there you go. Okay, I guess it's ending. Thank you. Okay, our next session comprises experts and organizations that are cultivating green minds among investors. Our panel will discuss the relevance of green building technologies and of green certifications in this decade and beyond. So let's welcome our moderator. Guys, let's give it up. Everyone, keep the applause coming. Miss Heidi Chung, media analyst and correspondent from Variety. And our leader panel speakers, Dr. Kesra Tanyala Park, Managing Director, Sena Development Public Company Limited. Kristen Tornstein's Regional Head of Partnership Growth, APAC West IWG. Rachani Chanawat, Asia Pacific Principal, International Financial Corporation, World Bank Group. We have also Stephen Oh, Managing Director, Quantum Thailand Limited, Chairperson, PropertyGuru, Asia Real Estate Summit, and Lassie Thien Dog, General Director, Vietnam Group, GSA, and the Grand Final Jury Chairperson of the PropertyGuru Asia Property Awards. You have a 25 minutes panel. Thank you.
I
thought we had more time. I mean, thank you everyone for being here. I know it's the afternoon, so everyone's tired. Hope everyone had their afternoon coffee because this is about to be a really, really interesting panel. So before we get into all the fun stuff, let's go around the horn here. If everyone could just tell us who you are and what you do. Rashni?
Okay. Shall I start?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. My name is Gesla.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And I work at the Sena Development. So we are developer. We are residential developer. And we are the first developer in Thailand who have developed all the residential with the solar on top, you know. And we are very proud for that initiative. So we have been doing that until now. So we are proud to say that I think we are the developer who has the solar on the residential that probably 1,000 units already now in Bangkok.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kristin Thorstens. So I head up growth for IWG PLC, who is the mother company of Regus, who is the inventor of flexible offices and co-working spaces. Been around for 30 years. Not me, that is to say. I'm only 29.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rashni Chanawat. I work for International Finance Corporation, or IFC, which is the unit under World Bank Group that support private sector development. And we have been working extensively to help green building and green cities today. We just launched at COP27, the Green City Program. And very delighted to be here to share what we can contribute. Thank you.
Stephen?
Good afternoon. My name's Stephen Ohm. I'm an independent value management and sustainability consultant.
Hi, I'm Tien Duong. I actually live in Vietnam. I'm one of the judges on our grand final panel. I'm also an architect with a group called GSA, you know, a 50-year-old firm of architects in Australia and in Vietnam. In Vietnam, I'm also a member of the Vietnam Green Building Council. I've been on the board for 10 years, so I'm happy to be here.
We're happy you're here too. So our panelists obviously are leaders in this industry. I feel like we need to start big picture here, talk more broadly about sustainability and specifically green certifications. So if everyone can sort of chime in here and give us your opinion and thought on green certifications, how important is it from an investment standpoint as well as from a consumer standpoint? Is it, you know, some people out there are like, okay, you slap a green label on it and it suddenly becomes relevant, but how relevant really is it right now? Who wants to kick things off?
Yeah, maybe if I start. So it actually hit me. I was in a private equity real estate conference in May. It was the first sort of real conference that took place in Singapore after COVID. So a lot of people flew in from Europe, and they were all going on about sustainability, and one of the panelists said that by 2030, something like 60 to 80% of commercial office buildings in the UK are going to be uninvestable because the real estate funds won't have the mandate anymore to invest in buildings that are not green certified. So we are not there yet in Asia, but I can see it coming, you know, like a train towards us. I read a recent report that said that green certified buildings are achieving a premium or a greenium of 26% when it comes to rent, as opposed to you know, buildings that don't have any certification. And this gap between green buildings and older buildings is just going to get wider. So the numbers are going to speak in the end. So green certification is going to be a necessity.
I could come in. IFC also have a green certification called EDGE. And what we see is certification is just a proxy or indicator of the development that undertake sustainability initiatives, right? And to Christian's point, many businesses and also investors started to have the policy to earmark their investment in the green or a project that aim for sustainability or climate objective. For company, they need to decarbonize and reduce their carbon footprint in the facilities that they use to run their operations or business, become a criteria in their selection as well. Consumer-wise, we see that the awareness is increasing, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, which we will talk about the impact of this subsequently. But yeah, it is beyond certification. It's really represent what actions the business has undertaken to achieve the level of sustainability. Thank you.
If I could just add to that, EDGE, I don't know if you know about EDGE, financed by partly the World Bank, of course. The new kid on the block, and it's killing Vietnam in a big way, where you actually almost, I would even say 80 to 90% of the new projects in Vietnam have gone with EDGE. You know, I'm kind of jealous because I've been trying to promote the Vietnam Green Building Council, which is Lotus, you know. But EDGE came in and just took over the whole market. But I'm so happy because it's actually creating an environment where developers who would not normally go with a sustainability you know, registration, they've done that. Because EDGE have made the whole process so easy. And then all the green consultants have grabbed onto EDGE because it's very easy for them to do their work. Okay? So, amazing work you guys are doing, okay, in terms of bringing sustainability to projects. In terms of Vietnam, it's quite a young market. You know, the developers as a country, you know, it's just starting to happen at the moment. But I want to add another step to the whole sustainability issue, where I think most companies at the moment are going with carbon footprint. You know, they're trying to reduce carbon footprint. But what I'm trying to push, and I think a lot of other sustainability kind of people, is about biophilia. You know, it's a lot of projects which can get the really, you know, great carbon footprint. I think the next step is biophilia, meaning, can your project have green on it? You know, can your projects have plants? You know, you can actually get an amazing platinum LEED project without a single tree on site. You know, did you know that? So let's have what, and I'm seeing a lot of this in Bangkok. I'm quite amazed. If you look up a lot of the buildings here, you'll see plants growing on the buildings, plants growing on the roofs, on the balconies. And that's what shows how people love their buildings, right? Love their homes, because you can see plants on their commercial spaces at the same time. And so biophilia, you know, that's what we need to aim at. And I think, to be honest, Asia is actually leading the way, more than Europe, more than North America, or any other continent.
And Stephen, from a property development standpoint, what do you think is really driving this movement, this shift in sentiment towards sustainability, specifically here in APAC?
For property developers, I don't think that their perspective is any different really from any business leader. Their focus is on the financial outcome. And you can't blame them for that. That's what they're in the positions to do. That's their primary function and focus. So I think that one of the things that the rating systems and the certifications have done, and I think it's great that, you know, for instance, you talk about the competition between Lotus and EDGE. And I think having that agitation and everything else is very progressive and very valuable, and it does transition the business leaders' minds because they can see the value and there's a financial outcome because they can see greater revenue, which is great. But I think it's the financial outcome. You know, will they get greater revenues? Will they get greater profits, etc.? And from that perspective, the developers have to be focused on that, and they are. And unfortunately, one of the things that's happened with sustainability or green building is that it's seen as a new discipline, And because you have the architect and the structural engineer and all the different components, you've added another one, which is the sustainability professional. And unfortunately, what's happening there is because it's an additional discipline, it ends up being an additional cost. And one of the things that the certification programs are doing, and I think it's really important, is that it's starting to change so that it's not another discipline and additional cost, but it can come back to my focus of being a value proposition. And so therefore you can speak directly to the leaders and sort of say, this is valuable for you because we can save money. There was that excellent example of reinforcement from Dr. Bakar in the last panel session. Unfortunately, what he was talking about, 10-15% in structural savings, on obviously carbon savings and materials use savings, resource savings, it very often doesn't get recognised by the rating tools, or if it is recognised by the rating tools, it's not very well applied by the practitioners. So that sort of holistic strategic outcomes speaks to the business leaders. The business leaders will see the financial outcomes, the value, the revenue, the profit. Perfect.
If I may add to what Stephen just now explained, I think the key message is that the green certification is driving toward resource efficiency, right? So we are talking about the running costs or operating costs that are going to come down and should be the key selling point to the tenants that are going to take up the property, that the utility costs or water consumption costs going to come down with that. And on top of that, yes, the reduction in GHG emission. Thank you.
So Kesara, we just heard from Rachni about efficiency, right? So I'd love to get your thoughts on sort of the intersection between eco-friendly property development and renewable energy. And by that I mean solar power, whether it's residential, industrial. What does that look like?
Well, I come from the sector that I have to say I'm the B2C business, right? So I'm direct to the consumer. Usually I sell home to the consumer. So no one asks for a certificate actually when they want to buy a home, really, and probably because most of the homes that we sell are mid-income, not like really like 100 million US dollar kind of home, right? So in the project that most developers do, the mid-income, most of them, what they are thinking is the value that they get. I would say how much they save. That would be what they, that would be the best way to explain the intersection between the renewable energy and their home, you know. Because if they have to pay more, but they cannot get what they get from that, you know. Even you say, hey, this is clean, right? This is solar energy, and you know when you produce with this, you're gonna save a lot of trees, and you know it's good for the earth and things like that. I think you know, frankly speaking, I think it's better now. But because we start this since I think 10 years ago, and at that time it was very clear that no one was willing to pay more for something that they didn't earn back. You know, everyone will ask us, hey, how much they save for the electricity. If they don't save anything, no, they don't want to put the solar. They want promotion back. They want how much you can save for us and pay back the money. That's what they want. You know, no matter how well we explain. We do a lot of, you know, earth and clean. We do a lot of trees, and we try to, you know, build all this to them, and you know. And we try to tell them, hey, if you do it like this, you're going to save a lot of trees, and you're going to save a lot of earth, you know. But even so, they still ask how much they save. But you know, today, I think today it's better. It's better why? Because it saves the money too. You know, today the equilibrium is changed. Right now, I think it's the equilibrium is not. It doesn't have to be the same in every country, right? Because it depends on how the solar costs, it depends on how the electricity costs in each country. But in Thailand today, it's worth it, you know, to use solar in your panel, in your, in your roof. However, most of the residential, they are not home in the daytime, and it's still not worth it to use the battery in your home. So, but this year, the government give us a subsidy, So there's a lot of things that has to come in place before we can say that, hey, this is the equilibrium for the residents to use solar. And now it is. Because today, you can have the solar on your roof, and then you can save the electricity, and then when you have it left over, you can sell back to the grid, at the 50% of what the electricity costs, So it's worth it. So that's what we are today. And plus on that, you tell them, hey, you're a good guy. You save Earth today, and you save a lot of trees, and everyone should know. We put on the Facebook for you, So that is a plus, right? So I think that's what we are today. But I truly believe that the real force of the sustainability has to come from the customer. No force will be stronger than this, because we are private sector, right? Everything will be driven from the profit standpoint, from the customer standpoint. So if customer wants it, even though it's not worth it or whatever, but if the customer wants it and we have to deliver it, it's going to happen, So I think what we are today, what we try to achieve today, I think that's very admirable, and if we can achieve that, it's going to be, we're going to reach the final one day.
Yeah, absolutely. To that point, Tien, can you talk about this from a design architect perspective, especially in a developing market like Vietnam? Why are these kinds of certifications, thinking about sustainability, so important right now?
Okay, I think we all know why, but I have a question actually. Are there any developers in the room? Any developers? Not too many. See, to me, this is an issue, right? There is a number one reason why, sustainability is not moving as fast as it is. You know why? Kirsten, you represent, a client, let's say, a developer in a way, right? Why is sustainability not going across every single project, every single building, every single development? Why?
Because, like I alluded to, it's not yet in the numbers. It's not yet, the value of integrating it is not yet there. Yeah.
Okay, it comes down to money as the bottom line, right? But there's a huge misconception. People think it costs a lot of money to do green, okay? And I run into this every single time I speak to a client, I'll have to spend 10%, 20% more money, more capital. I'm not going to make money. I'm going to sell my condos, and then I have to leave. I'm not going to make enough money. This is the problem. It actually it costs 2%, to make it green. Okay, then you go up to about 5 to 6, and this is through. I can quote you many, reports and data and all that. But you take my word for it. 5% will get you platinum if you have the right consultant. Okay, but as you guys know, you get the money back very quick, right? So the biggest, what the biggest building type is in terms of, certification for sustainability? It's actually industrial. Because they use so much energy that they can see the returns within a few months. And that's why they go for it. They go with the solar panels, and they go with... But, for me, industrial is about carbon footprint mainly. And it doesn't actually affect the world. And we're here to try to affect the world. I want to see every single building, like in Bangkok, with a lot of trees, like in Singapore, with a lot of trees and plants. And if you walk around and you see these spaces, it's about well-being, right? It's about feeling good, not just about carbon footprint, and it's not just about, saving money and all that sort of thing. It's about an environment which is pleasant, and in that, there's an essence of like, you can't really quantify it. You know, it's about, and the reason I'm saying this is I recently came back to my home country, Canada, you know, and there's parking lots everywhere. People are all driving parking lots. And then I come back to Asia and I came to Bangkok and I look up and I see trees in Singapore and, you know, it's pleasant, you know. And I think this is the most important thing is this is what it comes down to, you know, is the spaces biophilic, okay? Just one more thing. The next step now, I don't know from a design standpoint, is it's not just biophilia now, it's biodiversity. We're at a point now where in Asia, not too much in North America and in Europe, but in Asia, people are now moving. Can I quote a few projects? Like, I went to Forestia in Bangkok. Beautiful project. You should all go there and you should all buy that product because it's not just biophilic, it's biodiversity. You mean, they've created environments where you can actually go and the birds are coming back. You know, the birds are coming back to Bangkok. You know, and then the birds are coming and the dragonflies are coming and it's actually an environment where now you're living with nature and it's all about well-being. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Okay, so I feel like everyone on stage is bullish about the future of sustainability within real estate, right? So to put a few of you on the spot, let's get some predictions about what we think is going to happen in the next, say, I don't know, 5, 10 years from now. Stephen, where do you think we'll be here in Asia in terms of eco-friendly property development?
I mean, it's definitely, it's very attractive for people to do. And I totally agree with you. I mean, when we're thinking about sustainability, there is this focus in relation to carbon and carbon only in some people's minds. And when we're looking at sustainability, what we've done at RES in 2020 and 2021, and again today in 22, is focus on the 4 pillars of sustainability, really looking at the environmental side, carbon and all of the other aspects environmentally, and then also the human and the social, very much coming into what you're talking about, and the value in that. From a corporation level, from a governmental and regulatory level, from the support from organisations like IFC, really bringing that to the fore, bringing in that, because it is valuable, and that's the word I use and the word that Kirsten used earlier. It is valuable. There is value there, and it's very, very strong value. And I do agree with you that in Asia, the rate of growth, the rate of urbanisation, the rate of new buildings in Asia is going to surpass any other continent in the world. And so therefore the greatest amounts, as you said, the greatest amounts of growth are going to happen in Asia, and that means the greatest impacts and progress for sustainability. I think it's very bullish, as you said.
And Kristen, tell us about the 15-minute city. Is that the future of urban living? I mean, tell us more.
Yeah, so actually we've been talking about the 15-minute city all day. I mean, 15-minute city is just one of the ways to describe how we develop livable cities where people can reach, healthcare, shops, education, and work within a 15-minute radius. So one of the most durable legacy left by COVID-19 is the normalization of hybrid work. And there are 2 ways of creating the 15-minute city. It's either you create affordable housing closer to the CBD, which is challenging because, money talks, or you bring work to the suburbs, to the secondary towns, closer to where people live. And that's, beyond, green certification and all that. I think that's going to be a huge element in reducing carbon footprint, in finding a way where people can go to work closer to where they live, without having to work from home, because, we all know that's horrible. So that's one of the ways that can contribute to decarbonization, through other means than having to build something. Yeah.
If I may add? Of course. Yes, I build on what you have shared in terms of urbanization in this part of the world, including infrastructure in terms of transport, right? So transport-oriented development is also a direction that many countries in Asia will have to pick up. Work, live, play in the community, right? That you don't waste time commuting, And so when you look at the facilities that you build, it have to be connected to the community, connected to the transport network, and also accommodate the change of behavior of people today, right? They want to be healthy, they want to walk or cycling or something like that. So this kind of the design of infrastructure has to be taken into the equation. Thank you.
I feel like we could talk about this all day, but unfortunately this sign is screaming at me that time is up. I'm so sorry that we had to cut it short. My thanks to the amazing leaders in this panel, and of course to all of you watching. Stay tuned for the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our leaders panel, and we'll see you again, Heidi, in a bit. For now, voting is now ended for the hackathons teams, and we will announce the winner of the Developer's Choice Award later today. Now, we're very proud that in the last years, whether it's in person, virtual, or hybrid, the PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit agenda has had a diverse lineup of speakers, and this year is no exception. Our next panel of experts are all women leaders, and we'll talk about empowering women leaders in tech and real estate, and why gender-diverse businesses thrive. Let's welcome our moderator, Jessica Safra, Polanco-winning author and journalist. Come on, everyone. And our panel speakers, Coco Liu, Chief Regional Officer, APAC HLB from the United Kingdom, Jean Jacqueline De Castro, CEO, ESCA Incorporated from the Philippines, Lomanga Haumasan, President Director, Asiana Group from Indonesia, and Ho Shin Yi, Managing Director, Data and Software Solutions, PropertyGuru from Singapore.
Good afternoon. So this is a panel about why gender diversity, putting women in charge, is an excellent idea. So we'll cut to the chase. Let's start with Coco for context. Why do gender diverse businesses perform better?
Thank you very much, Jessica. Hello, everyone. I'm Coco. So it is indeed evidence-based that the gender diverse organizations are better performers. So based on the studies of McKinsey and Morgan Stanley, gender diverse organizations are more profitable, and companies with female board members are more productive. Before we talk about why, I think it's very important to understand what gender diversity is. It is not just about having the right mix of a male or female in the organization, but it's about organizational culture, an inclusive environment, and the values of a true equality for everyone to grow. So why is the gender diversity beneficial? In my view, there are three key areas. So first is about talent attraction and retention. We need to get access to the wider talent pool, and we can't miss out the availability and abilities of half of the population. Diversity is a very powerful tool for companies to be future-proof in the war for talent. So based on PwC study, 85% of female millennials are looking for companies with better track record of diversity. And of course, companies with better practice with diversity are more successful in talent retention. So this means less recruitment costs, more efficiency, less disruption, and more consistency and synergies. Second, gender diversity is leading to better collaborations and innovation. We are talking about the innovation here. There are research reports showing that women have stronger skills in reading nonverbal signals. So groups with women tend to be better in taking turns in conversations. And this helps the teams to maximize the collaborative expertise and combined skills and knowledge. companies with better diversity also and the different organizational levels enable us to access different viewpoints, different approaches from different personalities, from different life experience. And all of this is leading to creativity and innovation. The last but not least is a better connection with the customers. Customers come from all walks of life. The better we can represent and reflect customer demographics within our organizations, the higher efficiency we can achieve in all business functions. And if I can ask the question to the audience, in your household, who is making the purchasing decision, man or woman? We can never underestimate the buying power of women, so we should never forget to represent this very important customer group in our organizations. Therefore, gender diversity is indeed the key to building successful and collaborative, efficient teams, and it is leading to better decision making and higher profitability. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Coco. So in the same vein, I'd like to ask Lumonga, why are inclusivity and equality in real estate important in creating sustainable developments?
Okay, thank you. I think inclusivity and equality, of course, will create a better environment in the workforce because we, as a society, we are consistent of all genders, obviously, and with all different backgrounds. So I think by creating equality and inclusivity, it will create a more fulfilling, and when voices are heard, when people are given the same opportunities, that will in turn produce a better outcome. There will be a sense of belonging, and then there will be, because people are more optimal at working because they feel like they're respected, then they will give a wider perspective, and then creativity will be optimal as well. So I think by creating a fulfilling condition at work, by giving the same opportunities to grow for everyone, it will be most beneficial for the company also.
Thank you. And now, women in executive roles in construction, engineering, and the technical aspects of the real estate industry are historically low compared to men. Now, are there any initiatives being undertaken in your countries to address this disparity? For instance, Jean, I know that the Philippines' first survey on women in technical roles in real estate has just been completed. Did any of the findings in that study jump out at you? What did you find really interesting there?
Yeah, so what was interesting was that 25% were female as against 75% male in the engineering industry. So I'm with the engineering industry where it's predominantly male dominated. However, in the STEM grade 11 and 12, they're going up to 50%, 50-50. So I think it's not only addressing the barriers to entry into the industry, but allowing them to thrive and progress, remaining in the industry to reach these executive and leadership roles. And what we're trying to do with the Women Engineering Survey, which is the first, because we realize there's no data point in the Philippines talking about the conditions of women in engineering field. What we want to do is really find out if there are gender issues in engineering, the perspective of women in engineering, and whether there's adequate gender-based policies there. And then get the statistical and qualitative data as a starting point, as a roadmap. In fact, the government, the Department of Trade and Industry with CIAP on the construction industry has agreed to partner with us because they also needed data points to be able to establish more concrete programs and agenda to be able to make the industry more inclusive, more sustainable. And I think because I'm with ULI also, chairperson, the first female chairperson, and I think one of the first things I had to do was bring more women into the board, right? Bringing women into decision-making roles. For example, Cindy Harabat is also here, who is an expert in sustainability and hospitality, and putting women in decision-making roles and giving them a say into how the built environment is built. I think it's a way to allow them to thrive in the industry and then later on allow them to progress to leadership roles.
Thank you. Shin Yi, why is it crucial to listen to women's voices in tech, real estate, and data science?
How much time do I have?
I think we're doing pretty well on time. So.
Great. I think there are multiple. I mean, these fellow ladies on the panel, they're all experts in real estate. So I'll leave it to them to talk about real estate. Maybe I'll just focus particularly in tech and data science. And I like to come to this example because for example, the airbag, right? The airbag. The first version of the airbag, consistently when put to test on dummies, were affecting the female dummies. And they couldn't figure out why they were consistently killing the female-sized dummies. And then they realized because the first airbags, which were designed to protect people in the cars, were designed by male scientists. And they had themselves in mind because they were the users in mind. So essentially, a product that was designed to protect people were killing people. And it's such a great example of how when you have a lack of representation in product design and technology, it can have very, very big impacts. And I'll give another great example of how, particularly in the current day when a lot of investments is going into data science, AI, when you ask the 4 main voice assistants, so Siri, Google, Alexa, Cortana, and you ask them for their gender, consistently they say they don't have a gender. But the default setting for the voice assistants are always female. Because the research says that in the study of human-computer interaction, if you don't assign a personality to an inanimate object like a table or a chair, people will apply my own perception to it. So a lot of these tech companies were trying to create a personality for these voice assistants, and they had this perception that the assistant should be submissive, should be compliant, and so should be female. And if you were to take your phone out now and Google homemaker, if you could do a very quick search right now, 99.5% of the images that you see is female. So when you think about our daughters, our grandchildren, who have to do a school project and have to work on a poster that says homemaker, and they see that a homemaker is supposed to look like a female, juggling multiple tasks, the kind of socialization that will impact future generations is massive. So especially in the space of technology and data science, if we're designing the world of the future that should be more equitable and sustainable, if we're not conscious about the gender bias, whether conscious or unconscious, it can have a very, very long-term impact on the future generations and communities.
Right. And so our panel is about putting women in charge and what happens when that happens. And so the fact that women may take time off to become mothers has always been held against them in different industries. So I wanted to ask Lomonga, why do you think women who choose to become mothers should be encouraged to pursue executive positions in their industries?
Okay, I think as a mother, as a wife, as a mother, we are so used to juggle different tasks at the same time, and then in order for us to succeed in doing what we have to do, I mean, we have to be really disciplined in time management, in delegation, and managing of all things. And I think as a leader basically is a good manager. I mean, you have to be able to manage all aspects of your company. And I think by the lifelong skill that you have developed as a mother, I think it could bring it could give an added value for you as a leader. And also, women we listen more. I mean, we tend to be great listeners. Not all of us, but we tend to, a majority of us. And I think as in being a mother and managing a household, we have to be able to be a good listener. And I think there's also a skill that would be beneficial for you as a leader. So yeah, I think that's my thought on that.
Cool. And so we're doing great on time. So this gives us the opportunity to have a question that everyone can answer. So in your view, what are the challenges and benefits of being a woman in a traditionally male-dominated field like real estate, construction, technology? Coco, would you like to start?
Okay, I can only share the view from the professional service sector. And I think the biggest challenge is the unconscious bias, which is the status quo and the formalized pre-existing inequality, such as the glass ceiling for women to proceed to higher organizational levels. As for the benefit, I think that there are so many, but I would like to highlight better collaboration. Because as women, I think we tend to be more open to share our weaknesses, our problems and concerns, and we're willing to support each other to look for solutions. So this kind of a collaboration between women and the staff level or senior level is not just within the organization, but beyond. So this applies to our relationship with the clients and also the community of the female leaders. And we share not only thoughts, but also connections or business resources.
Thank you. Jean?
Yeah, one of the, I guess, challenges always revolves around safety and security, and that goes into even the design of our built environment. And even as women, right, the location, who you're going to meet, when, it's a bigger, it's a more sensitive issue for women. And we have an old boys club, and that means feeling a bit of exclusion in some cases, and that exclusion, it's okay if it's just social, but sometimes it means exclusion in strategic partnerships, right, where these discussions are being made. And also in Filipino, we have the word makikipagsabayan, right? There's pressure for you to do a bit more just to be treated equally, just to be heard. So I think those are the challenges. And the benefits, on the other hand, this has always been a challenge for me because I feel like there shouldn't be a financial, because as you said, there are financial benefits to be having a more diverse board and ownership, but really I feel like it's a human right, right? For women to be in leadership positions, for women to be in the board. But in addition to that, I think the kind of decisions that are made at a very diverse board is more holistic. It gives a more diverse perspective, as mentioned earlier. We give a different, sometimes we allow to prevent tensions to escalate because we're able to engage stakeholders better. So that gives it a better, and we're able to, as mentioned earlier, the marketplace, we reflect the needs of the users. In the Philippines, 50% are women, right? So we're able to address their needs as well. So I think that's really one of the benefits of having that in the engineering industry, because it reflects in our built environment. Right now, our open spaces are not safe, are not secure. We always look for clean bathrooms, which may be more significant for women. So I think that our voices need to be heard when it comes to our built environment, when it comes to decision making and in government.
Yes. Jamonga?
Okay, I can share with you based on my experience. So when I first started 20 years ago, of course, I had doubts from people from all aspects of the real estate and construction sector. In terms of financial support, people had doubts, and buyer also, they were thinking, whether or not the building would get built, and also whether or not she could actually construct and deliver a building. But then, I didn't dwell too much on it. So I just, well, actually, this challenge made me more creative in finding a solution into, to finding the financial support. We had to be creative in getting the funds that we had to come up with, and then we had to be more motivated to come up with a more creative and out-of-the-box concept for a project to set us apart from the other projects. And so actually the challenge made us, actually it became a winning streak, I would say, for the project that we were doing. And then at the end of the day, if you show your skills and if you produce good results, I think the project will speak for themselves, and people, after, in time, then I think the challenges won't be there anymore, and people actually will come to you, and that didn't want to listen to you in the beginning. They came to us, and then they asked for partnership, and they offer financial support. So I think you just you have to be confident, and you just have to show to do your best and show good results. And I think as shared with the other panelists, as women we focus more on details. So this is one of the advantages of being a woman. So we know how to make a space or a home more comfortable because we put so much attention to details, and design also. I think we value design more than our male counterparts. So I think that also at the end of the day produce a better product, I would say. And then we listen more to insights. So we try to accommodate the needs of whatever the market is demanding right now. And as stated also before, that half of the decision makers in investing in property is women. So by giving a project that is full of details and also comfortable and so forth, I think the decision maker who are female will think more about the project.
Thank you. Finally, Shini, your thoughts, the challenges and benefits of being a woman in a quote-unquote man's world?
I think personally the biggest challenge is the cognitive load. I think as we build our career, and then as we really focus on doing our work well, being really good in what we do, and being a leader, aside from doing all of that, I find that frequently I have to think about all the other things that I had to consider, which is, I think, quite particular to female executives. For example, if I were to negotiate hard for my promotion or my compensation package, am I going to come across as being assertive, or am I going to come across as being aggressive? And so am I going to be labeled as bossy? And if I decline an opportunity for a business discussion late in the night, which in questionable locations, am I going to be considered as prudish? Am I going to be considered as inflexible? And if I choose to take a few years off because I have to give birth, am I going to be perceived as not being very focused on my career? Which is not the case, but it's just that I have a natural duty until the men can give birth as well, that I will have to do that. So I think it's the extra cognitive load that we have to bear as well, on top of everything that you think about in building your career and being great at what you do. And I think an opportunity, however, is that today we have the ability to pave the way for so many other women that are rising up in the ranks. And now there is much more open conversations about this. There are forums like this where everyone feels comfortable and have more information now than before to be able to have these discussions more constructively. So I think that is a great opportunity for a female leader today.
Jessica, can I just jump on that? Because that's so true. So in the survey that we did, it was interesting to note that majority of the women felt that they had access to equal opportunities. But what we're not seeing possibly is that their ability to say yes, right? Because of all the other responsibilities that they're faced with. So I think that's something to consider. And as you said about, women supporting women, there's always this hashtag of change or destroy the bias. But for me, it's create a bias for women, right? Because we really need to be able to support each other. So, yeah.
Yes, and so as a final question to our very inspiring panelists, what can you say to women who just want to go for it and advance to leadership positions in real estate and other industries? Any pieces of advice that you'd like to share?
I think that for me, women who have been privileged to be in leadership roles really have a role to play in bringing people up as was mentioned earlier. So it's creating that bias, maybe preferring women-led companies when it comes to financing, when it comes to suppliers, when it comes to vendors, but also for other women to look for mentors, as you said, right? To look for mentors, because we all need mentors, whether male or female, and just being able to realize that we can do even more than what we've thought of. Interestingly, in the survey, there was even 30% of women still felt inferior, and even felt that men could do more things than they could. So that's something, maybe that's physical, maybe that's psychological.
So how do we address those feelings of inferiority, which are basically based on nothing?
I think it's really having those discussions, right? Unearthing those issues, because sometimes it's a paradigm already that you don't realize is there. So having more, just discussions, being able to rely on women leaders, seeing them in action, seeing them support other women. I think that's just very important in our industry right now.
Yes, Coco?
Yes, I think my suggestion is not only to women, but is to everyone. Because everyone needs to do something to build an inclusive and diverse environment. And this environment is not to give a preferential treatment to women, but is an environment to empower women to pursue their dreams. And this environment is not just the workplace, but every household and the entire society. Because I firmly believe that doing things for some can actually making things better for all.
Thank you, and that's all the time we have. So any last words?
I really like what Coco said, and I concur as well. I think there are definitely some self-limiting beliefs that female executives may have that they can work on, but I would definitely also appeal to the esteemed male guest here as well, that you can likewise play a very important role in addressing some of this unconscious bias and help your fellow female executives along. I have personally been a beneficiary of many mentors and coaches over the years, male and female, because they believed in my abilities, they believe in my potential to do great things, and those people can have a very big impact. Those people had very big impact on me, and likewise, I think all of us can play a role in being able to uplift one another to do more than we think we can.
Thank you. And so, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but you can approach our panelists outside if you have the chance, if you have more questions. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, and keep empowering women. Thank you. Okay, who wants an Apple Watch? No, yeah, I see one. Who else? Okay, come on, don't be shy. Well, I'm only giving away one, so here we go. Amy Valdemoro, founder, CEO, 3 Points Ventures, Mastery Method, certified coach. Amy or Amy? Amy, please claim your prize after the show. Okay, welcome to our fourth and final segment of ARIS 2022. This one's called Reimagine, /reinvent. We're all for reinvention and creation. What's next? Okay, now we will talk about the art and science of repurposed structures. All the way from down under, please welcome the creator and creative director of the extremely popular YouTube channel, Never Too Small, Colin Chi.
Thanks, Tina. Oh, where's my slide? Oh, it's over there, sorry. Oh, shouldn't I see that first? Hello, hello, to you gorgeous people in the auditorium. How are we today? Well, thank you for the lovely response with silence there. We're good. Oh, you good? That's good, yes. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizer for this wonderful opportunity and also the privilege for me to come here to share with you my Never Too Small story. So a few good years ago, I bought my very own 37 square meters tiny studio apartment in Melbourne City. That's the size about 4 car parks. So like many of us, when we bought our new house, we're just looking for ideas and inspiration on how to design our own place. So I was looking on Pinterest, Instagram, Google, and I watched lots and lots of YouTube videos about small space design. And I realized that with my 14 years of experience in filmmaking, why don't I use the skills that I have to create videos about small space design and share with people online who are like me, living in small spaces? And of course, the best thing is to get some free advice, design advice from architects and designers whom I interview. Why not, right? Free advice. I loved it. And as I make more and more videos about small space design, I realized that maybe I have some kind of a superpower to not just influence and inspire people who live in small spaces, but also people who are not. And at the same time, I started to study and explore how can we change the way we live and interact with our growing cities. And boom, it totally changed my life. It became the passion and mission of my life. And it all started in Australia. The average size of an Australian house is 215 square meters, or roughly about 2,300 square feet. I know it's a bit hard to imagine how big is 215 square meters. So I thought I would ask my mother to help us to demonstrate that. And this is my mother, or you can call her Mama Chi. This photo is taken in the 1970s when she was still young and pretty. I don't mean that she's not young and pretty anymore. She just become more mature and sexy. And Mama Chi is going to be our model today. So if you were to put Mama Chi in a 215 square meters, she would look like this, tiny as a mosquito, in an average size of an Australian house. And let's compare to the Malaysian one, which is 117 square meters, roughly about that. I want to compare to Malaysia because that's where I was born and raised. This is why I don't sound like Crocodile Dundee, in case you guys are wondering. And we got some Malaysian friends here, I suppose. Oh, hello. And let's compare to the UK, just for the sake of it, 76 square meters, almost 2 times smaller than the average size of an Australian house. In Australia, we only have a population just under 26 million, not a lot. And we have about 10.6 million households, with an average of only 2.5 people per household. And 7 million out of the 10.6 million households live in those freestanding houses, or we usually call them the quarter-acre block homes as a nickname over there. And 1 in 4 Australians live by themselves, which is 25% of the population. And the single-person household continue to show the greatest percentage increase of all household types. Housing affordability has been a key issue in Australia for the last 4 decades, just slightly before I was born, in case you guys are wondering. Even though that's the case, in the last 5 years, we built some 1 million new dwellings in Australia. More and more people are opting for smaller homes because of affordability, but there's still a large number of them. In fact, majority of them decided to move further away from the city to the fringe of the city to continue to build their quarter-acre block dream homes. Rolling out housing estates attached to motorways require new infrastructure, putting a greater threat on our climate and also our nature. We are really a suburban nation. Alongside with Canada and America, this is why we build some of the biggest houses in the world. Studies find that suburban living is the worst for carbon emissions compared to city or rural living. Simply because the suburban housing, they're typically much bigger, they require more energy to run, more materials to build them, more things to fill them, and heavily rely on cars to get around, to get a haircut, do their shopping, go to school, take their favorite mothers-in-law for nice dinners if their marriage survived COVID or the pandemic. Putting a greater stress on our climate and nature. Anyway, it's not working. And so, with our cities are growing, how can we adapt a lifestyle that can meet the environmental demands, and yet not compromise our modern life. And my idea is simple. The way we can do it is to live smaller. Oh, that's the project. Anyway, okay, I go back to that. So by 2050, estimated 7 in 10 of us will be living in cities. And that's an extra of 2.5 billion people will be living in our cities in 27 years' time. As more and more people are going to live in the cities, it's going to put a stress on how are we going to house our growing citizens and to move them around our cities. Sorry. Oops. So with our cities, and then my idea is simple, is to house another 2.5 billion people in our cities, is to live smaller. By living small means everything becomes automatically more sustainable because we're going to require less energy to run them, less material to build them, and less things to fuel them, and eventually become more affordable. Oops. And how can we convey this idea or message for people to make a change? Oh, is it not working? Thank you. And my idea is simple, and it's not original, it's just to inspire. I strongly believe that inspirations can be the biggest driver for any human being to take action. When people are exposed to new ideas, when they can see themselves doing the same thing, if not better, that's when they will take action. This is why I created Never Too Small YouTube channel to curate the very best small footprint design from all over the world for inspiration. Rather than telling our audience what they should do, we show them the best small footprint design, how it can enrich their life, and yet will have a positive impact on our climate and also on our growing cities.
Globally, there's a rapid urbanization happening. So between now and 2050, an extra 2.5 billion people are moving to cities. And because of this, the demand for compact, affordable living spaces is on the rise.
Designing small space is a very tailored way of designing, so everything needs to be carefully considered.
To be a little bit more experimental and live as you want to live is just thinking a little bit differently.
How you experience space, it's all about contrast, it's all about depth, it's all about layering of views.
We hope with this project they show the potential for the adaptive reuse of just common buildings, and it's economically sustainable. It saves on resources, saves on wastage.
If it's well designed, it doesn't feel smaller.
So living small seems like a norm in many Asian countries and also European cities. But it's still not very common in many other nations yet, and definitely not in Australia. When I first moved into my tiny apartment, I got some Aussie friends to come over and check out the place. And the first reaction when they walked in, they said to me, "Oh my God, do you live in a shoebox?" And they would check out my place and say, "Oh my God, your pantry is so small. Can you store enough food to last you for a week?" I was like, store enough food to last me for a week? Where am I? In Antarctica or something? And they'll be like, "You don't have a backyard. You don't have a swimming pool." And I was like, why do I need a swimming pool? I'm not a mermaid, you know. And they'll be asking questions like, where do you eat? Where do you sleep? Where do you take your shit? And sometimes out of frustration, I just say, I shit under the table. And they would bend over and look down and say, how do you flush your shit then? Valid question. That's why with Never Too Small, we hope to debunk the misconception of living small and to showcase the immense benefits of living small as well. With 2.5 billion users on YouTube, YouTube is the best platform for us to share our content with a global audience. Ever since I started in 2017, now we have more than 2.2 million subscribers with over 170 million views across our channel. And this episode of Never Too Small, published in 2019, a 24 square meters tiny studio apartment designed by architect Brad Swart in Sydney, has more than, that's a long sentence, has more than 17 million views. If you guys are interested to watch this project, you can search Boneka Apartment on our YouTube channel. Now, before I started Never Too Small, there are probably thousands and thousands of videos about small space design, and I watched a lot of them. But majority of the videos on YouTube that feature architects and designers, they can be quite academic and full of architecture jargons. And for someone like me who has no background in architecture, find the content rather hard to digest or even to understand. On the contrary, you have YouTubers just show you all the design features of the space, but without the designer to explain why they design the way they do. Many of our audience describe watching Never Too Small as a meditative experience. And there's a simplicity in the way we produce our videos. Our shooting style is purposely still. Our intention is to do justice to the design and to give our audience enough time to absorb and appreciate the design. We help architects and designers to tell their stories better by simplifying their language for the broader audience to understand no architecture jargon. And this is the power of storytelling through filmmaking. And we at Never Too Small are freaking good at it. We have featured a wide range of design, and we think it is so important to expose our audience to all types of design, not just a particular one that everybody likes. And occasionally, we will showcase some tiny house design too. And this is my favorite tiny house over there, and that's my dog, if you can see it. Some are designed simply yet cleverly with longevity in mind, and some are rather experimental. We have architects using their skills to adapt and reuse older buildings and to turn them into homes for singles, couples, and family. And some are using recycled materials or salvage building materials with a touch of upcycling furniture to give the space even more personalities and characters. We have designed a focus on multi-generational living as well. And just like this family in Sydney, converting their backyard car parks into 2 small townhouses for their adult children to live in. We have designed a focus on community building, such as green spaces or even shared amenities, such as workshop, to encourage the residents to repair rather than to discard. We keep the projects we featured on Never Too Small under 60 square meters, because we know that's what captivates our audience imagination, curiosity, and novelty. But as for city living, we strongly believe that there should be different types of housing options and sizes that cater for different types of households and people from different backgrounds. The beauty about small space design ideas is that you can always apply the ideas into a bigger space, but it doesn't go the other way around. Oops. Anyway. And with over 100 episodes published on our channels, our videos also use as video reference for many architects, designers, and also enthusiasts alike, and even students. I have a privilege to work with and learn from many architects or designers who are very prestigious or even very experienced or even urban planners. And for the sake of this conference, I decided to put the top 5 most mentioned ideas or even design tips from these experts on how we should design our future city apartment buildings. The first one would be don't over-design a small apartment. As small living is such a catered way of living, everything has to be considered. If you over-design a small apartment, it's going to be difficult for the future residents to make changes to the apartment to suit their lifestyle or even their own needs. In fact, instead of that, pare back the design and make it even more affordable for more people. The second one would be, instead of those tall, high-rise apartment building, high density that looks like a hotel building and covered in glass, let's go for medium density apartment buildings that design with the biophilic principles, with bigger balconies, more natural sunlight, better air circulation, and build many of them. And the third one, forget about the swimming pool or the gym. Let's build some public or shared spaces for the residents to really can utilize them, such as the green spaces or the rooftop gardens. not only they can grow their own food, but they can really build a strong connection with their neighbors and feel a sense of ownership of their shared space. And the fourth one is my personal favorite. Instead of those long and narrow apartments with just only one light source, let's go for wider and shallow floor plans. Not only we can put more windows, but we also allow the residents to be able to reconfigure the apartment easier in the later days if they want to change the floor plan. The fifth one, I don't need to explain more. Let's invest in renewable energy and sustainable materials. Since I started in 2017 as a side project, in 2019, Never Too Small became a company. And now we have a team of 8 people in our Melbourne studio. And we also have 18 others, team members and contributors from 15 locations from all over the world. And last year, we published our first book. It's called Reimagining Small Space Living, consisting of 30 projects with detailed floor plans, carefully curated by us and also written by us. It was the top seller for architecture book on Amazon. And if you would like to get your hands on this book, you can buy it on our website, or your local bookstore should be available worldwide. If not, worst case scenario, just get it from Amazon. This means I earn a bit less from that. And as more and more people are going to live in small spaces like myself, I'm always wondering about the furniture that's specially designed for small space living, but also designed in a sustainable way. So earlier this year, during the Melbourne Design Week, we organized our first public exhibition. We challenged 6 local designers to come up with 6 multifunctional chairs that's designed for small space living using only sustainable materials. What's lovely about this exhibition is that we get to not only meet our Never Too Small fans, of course, but we get to have so many meaningful conversations with so many designers, not only from locally, but also from overseas. And we have a conversation about how we should build or design our future furniture for our future city living, especially for small spaces. Recently, we have been featured as a top 3 YouTube channels for interior design lovers on the Wall Street Journal. And we also have articles written about Never Too Small on the New York Times Magazine, and also The Guardian, and etc., including the Thai publications called The Cloud. We have become a voice in advocating small footprint living and for cities and urban areas. From our recent survey on our global audience, 70% of our audience feel more positive about living in small spaces after watching Never Too Small video. And 40% of them considering moving into smaller homes after watching Never Too Small. And for those living in small spaces, 70% of them feel more inspired to make improvements on their own home after watching our videos. Now, I'm not here to ask you guys to cram 8 people into a 2-bedroom apartment, but rather to imagining the space that's big enough for yourself or even your family. Putting amenities and accessibility and community support in your list when you're looking for your perfect home. We don't need a big house to be happy. We need great ideas that can turn small homes into heavens. Oops. To make small living possible, the surrounding amenities, environment, and even urban planning play an important part. So in 2021, we decided to take one step forward. We created a 6-part documentary series called Small Footprint, featuring thinkers, planners, and designers from Netherlands, Canada, and Australia who are tackling the big problems our growing cities face. We explore why we shouldn't expand our city boundaries to achieve better social and environmental outcomes. We dive into what are the better social and affordable housing options. And can we plan a city that can thrive for not only human, but also wildlife and nature? And can we design a city that can celebrate culture, diversity, and inclusivity? You can catch this documentary series on our YouTube channel or on our website. And right after we produce and publish our small footprint documentaries, and another question sort of pop up. It's actually a very simple question. What about the materials that we use to build our new homes, new buildings, or even our future cities? And so we humans harvest or mine some 1 billion tons of raw materials for our Mother Earth each year. That's equivalent to 2/3 of the mass of Mount Everest. That's a lot. And half of that materials go into our built environment. That's including our new roads, new bridges, everything. This is why we shouldn't expand our city boundaries, because each time we do, we're going to use more materials and resources are slowly running out. Construction industry accounted for 1/3 of our global waste and also 40% of our global carbon emissions. If we need to change the way we want to tackle our climate emergency, we need to change the way we build our new homes, our new buildings, and even our cities. This is why we are in production to create another documentary series called Wonderful Ways, which will be published earlier next year. Wonderful Ways follows 6 engineers, designers, and innovators from Netherlands, the UK, and also Australia, who are finding new purpose in our waste, turning our furniture waste, plastic waste, and construction waste, and even our digital waste into new materials for us to build our homes, our buildings, and things to fill them with, and creating a sustainable circular economy. With this series, we hope to inspire designers or architects to explore new types of more sustainable materials in their project and consider where their future product will end up at the end of their useful lifespan. Wonderful Ways follow these 6 designers and innovators as they pave their way to a brighter future that's not only prettier and sustainable, but can be benefited by every one of us. If I was to put Wonderful Ways into one sentence, it would be, use the shit you already have to help build your new shit. I love that quote. It would be a stretch to suggest that small footprint living and sustainable design can eliminate all our social and environmental problems. But perhaps it can definitely make our future cities ecologically and economically more sustainable. We can begin small, think about the impact, and utilize the power of great ideas and great design. After all, it is our responsibility to lead our future generations towards a happier, healthier, more sustainable, and even more inclusive world to live in. And this is our mission at Never Too Small. Thank you.
Shiro. Shiro? Yeah. Aww, Shiro is his dog's name. Mine's Covey, like he did ask. But my main takeaway is repair rather than discard. Thank you so much, Colin. I love your channel. I can't wait to watch more episodes and maybe consult with you regarding my future Never Too Small land on water, yeah? Okay, this next panel, I'm slowly losing my voice, everyone, but we're almost there, guys. Our next panel, our final one for the day. We'll talk about evaluating the impact of real estate influencers, creators, and harnessing the power of online media to guide property seekers. And I'd like to welcome back our moderator on stage, Heidi Chung, media analyst and correspondent for Variety. And our panel speakers, everybody, let's give it up for Elak Diaz, founder, leader of Light Foundation, Jet Gunther, video producer and news anchor at Tiger. We have Nelly Hrnich, creator Nelly's Life and Making It Happen, which I also watch. And Will Dasovich, television personality and creator.
Wow, shout out to everyone who's stuck around. I might be biased, but this might be the best for last, am I right? All right, I hope everyone still has their energy. We have a really fun discussion coming up, really great insights from the influencer community. So as we kick off this conversation, as I like to do, can everyone just introduce themselves? Who are you and what do you do? We'll start with Elak.
My name is Elak. I actually run A Liter of Light, which is a social business to help bring solar lights to rural communities. I have 6,000 followers.
That's a lot. That's 6 times more than me, so.
Loyal ones, loyal.
It's about making them count. That matters. Really. So hi everyone, my name is Jet. I'm a former news anchor for The Tiger. Now I'm full-time on my own YouTube channel. I do resources for expats and global citizens who are interested in doing business and buying real estate in Thailand. And it's been going out pretty well so far, so I'm happy to talk about that.
Hi, my name is Nelly. I'm a travel and lifestyle content creator, and I lived in the Philippines for 3 years. So I'm back to traveling again, you know, revenge travel. Yeah, and I lived in Miami as well. I'm originally from Bosnia, but I grew up in Austria, so I've spent quite some time abroad, seen the world, and yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Will Dasovich. I am a travel vlogger, adventure seeker, wannabe comedian, but I fail most of the time, so if my corny jokes don't make you laugh, just forgive me. You know, it's something I'm always trying to build and do better on. And yeah, you know, I guess I'm just a lifestyle influencer. I just do a ton of stuff and have a lot of fun and try and educate my viewers as well as try and make them laugh along with it.
Wait, well, how many viewers? What's your reach?
Oh,
we're jumping right
questions. You know what? It's more important to have, you know, there's a quote or something that you only need 1,000 followers to become rich or make an impact, because it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. I'm just looking out for my boy Elak over here. But yeah, across YouTube and Facebook and whatever, it's like 7 million something.
Okay, not bragging or anything. All right, so
I don't know how to answer that question.
I just wanted to put you on the spot. All right, so let's start big picture here. What the heck is influence, right? In this day and age, there are a lot of folks out there that want to be influencers. They want to be a content creator. But to each of you, what does influencing actually mean?
Well, I'm here because I needed something to be able to use the influence, or I call it the conversion rate now. So the reach, the number of people that see you, and although I'm not an influencer, I asked influencer to share some of their power and reach to be able to get people to convert that into to help people, and and next thing I knew is people were actually so kind. Some of them get paid, but they had success, but they brought along other people with their success, and that's the best kind of influence, or influence for good. So that's why, although I had 6,000, I was able to reach 7 million because of the kindness of people that use their influence for good.
Anyone else jump in?
For me, influencing, I mean, I personally hate the term influencer. I'm a content creator, I would say. I just document my travels and my life. And through community building, I establish trust within my community. And that's how I influence them, by just having my own integrity and just doing the things that I personally love. And that's what I see as influence.
I think in this day and age, influence is building a long-lasting, valuable relationship with the audience, right? Because they see you on camera, and you have an opportunity to connect with people from around the world. There's 2.5 billion people on YouTube, and how the algorithm works nowadays is if you create content, it will be shown in front of the people that matter. But a lot of people do squander this opportunity because they instantly try to hard sell people, right? Instead of trying to give value up front and being authentic. I think a lot of the successful influencers out here, and such as you guys on this stage, you put yourself out there in an authentic way. You're not afraid to showcase all your quirks and your flaws. And with that, you build a relationship with the audience. They feel like they're listening to a real human being. And you create a relationship with them throughout time. And with that comes likability, and with likability comes trust. And they trust what you say, and more importantly, for real estate and this agenda, is they trust your recommendations, whether it's buying a product. That being said, if you betray their trust or in some way, that trust is instantly gone. So influence is carefully built, carefully nurtured, but it can easily go away if you abuse it too.
And then you just make an apology video. You say you're sorry, and then everyone forgives you, and life goes on. Because I've been through that, you know? No, I'm just kidding. Kind of. No, but I think influence for me is just being able to make an impact on a viewer and make them, I guess, be able to change the way they think, you know, and be able to like make a decision based on kind of the learnings from what you provide them.
Yeah, Will and I had this conversation earlier on where we talked about real estate in general and how like these real estate channels are really popping up and getting a lot of views, and you only see the polished version. So it's, I don't know if anybody knows, but there is this YouTuber from the US called Eric Conover. So he does these penthouse viewings.
$50 million condo in New York City, $20 million house in LA. Yeah, just super luxury, which gets a ton of views.
Yeah, but then you don't really know anything about the property, nothing about your own preferences, not about the flaws of the property. So that's where I think we as creators also step in and say, okay, I really like this, but I don't really like that corner over there. I don't like the location. I would like to have a balcony. And what's about this floor? Like, I was complaining a lot about the flooring in the condo that I got. So, you know, people are just getting very engaged, and they're like, Nelly, it's fine. The floor is new. Don't change it. But I'm like, no, but that's my preference. Like, I would like to change that. And people get to know you through that, and they see, okay, this property is not perfect, but she still went for it because she likes this and that and that. But I also point out the flaws, right? And that's the authenticity that you mentioned.
Yeah, and you know, I guess when you're trying to be an influencer and gain followers and build your business as a public figure, you know, there always is that dichotomy of building followers, which is money, but then also building influence to be able to convert them. And going back to what you're saying, with this luxury type of real estate, you can grow a huge audience through virality, through 1-minute TikToks and Instagram, because that's where it performs. But if you really want to convert into sales and have people trust you and everything, then you need longer format type of content, which is the easiest way to do that is through vlogs, where you have 15, 20, or even 30 minutes nowadays. I mean, my content keeps getting longer and longer because once you build a fan base, they trust you and they stick around to listen to what you have to say, and that's when you can kind of interject these learnings while also keeping it entertaining in between. And yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into trying to retain the audience attention with your stupid, corny jokes like I do, but then interjecting education and having them learn. Because if you try and go 100% education, it might be boring and then they click away. So
yeah, and we also had that hard selling point. And I think something that people can relate to is life stories, right? I think we had a very similar approach with the properties that we looked at and presented on our YouTube channels where people can relate to. We were both out to look for a condo that we want to purchase for ourselves, right?
Yeah, and we didn't build our brand as real estate people. We started out as just kids traveling the world. That's how it started. It went from kids traveling the world to wannabe comedian to podcaster having long discussions. But then, you know, it evolved at this point in our life where our life is evolving, where now we're investing our money into real estate and really, you know, doing stuff like that. So yeah, it's an interesting
I think that's why people resonate, because you're really coming from an authentic place. You're not, because people nowadays, they're jaded. They can see a sales video a millisecond as soon as it comes up, right? So they're fed up with that. They click away. But if you talk about a place, you talk about the pros and cons. I don't like this part. This part could be adopted a bit more. They connect with that. They realize that you're going through a process of buying and vetting the place too. You're not just trying to sell this place with its entire as is, right? So there's that credibility that you built up here. There's the authenticity where you are going through this process of critiquing the place with them as well. and people really resonate with that.
To build on that really quickly, sorry, we're vloggers. We can talk for days.
I want his
We're the last panel
too,
here.
okay?
Who else is going to follow us?
I'm sorry. You should have got us for an hour. I'm a podcaster
I'm about to cut you
now
off
too, so
kidding.
we should have had 2 hours. Now go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm going to bring him in, but finish that thought.
Yeah, so I don't try and pretend I know everything, and this is also, I think, what helps convert and what helps people like really trust you is because I go in just asking questions. What is this? What does that mean? I don't like this. Is this nice? You know, and then I think a lot of your viewers are just like you. They don't know that much, so they learn with you asking questions, and I'm not trying to pretend that I know everything. So.
Elok, obviously you do very, very important work with your foundation, and you leverage influencer marketing to work on campaigns such as #LightItForward. So tell us how you are leveraging that and using that to your advantage to help promote your foundation.
So very interesting, and I want to tell about the story of working with Kelly. And I didn't even know who she was, but to give you an idea of how powerful it is. But I come, you know, I teach people how to build solar lights in the rural areas. And the working model is if they cannot repair it with a simple screwdriver, that it's not a tech that can be maintained, they must be able to buy it. Stuck at home during COVID, one of the things that I did was I was watching this film called Pay It Forward. So basically we put everything in bags and challenge people to have
I'll help you.
like 30 minutes to build a solar light. So everything was buildable, you know, with simple circuits, but they had to build it. And so I challenged my cousins, and my cousins gave me 30 minutes of their time to build a light. Then they challenged other people. Anyway, from what I thought would be something in my backyard, ended up to be, you know, 10,000 people ordering kits and then, you know, building a solar light. And I was bringing this to villages that didn't have light. Now, interesting is to show the power of the people, I built one of the largest flags, solar flags in Luneta Park. You know, when I hit 3,000 people that built it by hand. And Kelly passed by and she took, you know, I didn't know, she took a vlog of it. And next thing I know, I had, you know, another 1,000 people order kits. But more than that is IKEA started ordering 2,000. Salesforce started ordering. It's like, I would never have thought that something from my backyard. And so, you know, now we are in Italy, we are in United Arab Emirates, and we're just asking people, hey, can you take 30 minutes and can you blog? And it's reaching like really record. So we just crossed our 45,000 person to build the solar lights. Nobody will donate a solar light, but everybody wants to make a solar light, show it off, and challenge other people. So it's become very, so you could check it out at lightitforward.ph. So it's something where the influencer lends me their, I mean, I'm not even good at dancing TikTok, but someone like Kelly would show up, not even tell me about it, take a vlog, and next thing you know, she lights up a Mangyan community, I think 5 villages, by just giving me the power of her influence for a while. So converting entertainment and, you know, into something where it does impact on society is something that I'm very interested to talk to influencers. Can you be successful and can you help people while you're successful with your fame, with your power, with your reach? Can you lend it to us and not ask us to, you know, pay impossible fees? And that's what she did, and up to today, those villages are lit, and who knows how many thousands of lives she's helped.
So, yes, everyone round of applause. So I cover Hollywood and entertainment back in the US, and a conversation that we have a lot is that, you know, being an actor back in the day in Hollywood meant you had the largest reach. You were a celebrity, right? But content creators, I have to be honest with you, I think you are all bigger celebrities probably than Hollywood actors at this point, to a large extent. I don't know how it works here in APAC specifically. Chet, what do you disagree with me?
Not really, no, go on.
With that being said, content creation is an extremely, extremely difficult career. A lot of people out there
That I'll
think
agree with.
Instagram, creations for YouTube, all these different platforms require different work, different editing, different audiences. So how are you all working through all of that? How are you creating content for all these different platforms? Now there's TikTok. TikTok obviously the biggest one right now, but how are you creating for all these different platforms all the time?
Wow. I think Will said earlier on, it's a full-time job and a half. Yeah. It's a lot. It just keeps you very, very busy, and you also have to put into consideration, okay, who is my audience, which platform am I posting this on, and you just kind of like adapt and try also to outsource a little bit. So you, after getting bigger, of course, you outsource your workload as well. So yeah, I think it's a lot.
Yeah, especially us, because we came from the daily vlogging era where, you know, when we uploaded, edited, produced, did everything our own videos every single day with virtually no help. I'm reading this new book by David Goggins that just got released yesterday. The guy's just an insane maniac. But, you know, I guess what it just comes down to is like as long as you're passionate about something and have this drive, then you can do anything. I don't really know what drives me. That's something I have to keep asking myself day in and day out. But, I mean, at this point, I just really enjoy what I do. You know, I just, like a couple of weeks ago, I was bungee jumping, jumping out of planes, jumping off of bridges. And yeah, I just like live for the thrill. And I guess you also do it for, you know what it is? Actually, this isn't something, starting off, you have 0 followers. You don't have a community. And then, I'm like remembering as I talk about it right now. Once you build a community, you start to realize you're making an impact on people's lives. And that's where the influence comes in. And then as you're making change in these people's lives, they start to like rely on you. They need you for motivation. They need you for inspiration. So it's like a beautiful burden that you have to produce to keep this happiness train going, to keep your viewers inspired and everything. So yeah, you do it for your community because they end up relying on you. But I have a question: is I don't know how people do this with like a family and kids, because you know I'm a wannabe young single guy, so I don't have to raise a family. But that's pretty crazy too, you know?
Yeah, I've definitely had relationships suffer as a result of putting your,
Same.
dedicating for this. I agree. I think you really need to love the process. I think you need to enjoy iterating, experimenting, getting feedback, and constantly improving, right? And I think also what matters, and I think this is the reason why a lot of people quit, is that small successes matter a lot too, right? Because some people, they have a goal of reaching 1 million subscribers, and that's their goal, and I'm a failure if I don't get there. But I think small wins count too. I think maybe I'm a little bit of a different channel from you guys because I focus more on information more, so I kind of run it like a business. So a lot of my content is centered around appealing to active buyers who are actually looking to do business in Thailand, buy real estate and all like that. So I am doing product reviews, and so I am not necessarily basing it on building the community or engagement, but on hard sales numbers. And if the numbers grow each time, even though I don't have that many followers, that for me is a marker of success too. So I think it depends on what kind of goals you set for yourself, and incrementally, so it keeps you motivated like that too. But I do think that you really need to genuinely love the process. And I think you also don't realize the lifestyle that it puts you in until you're in it, because it's a completely unusual, quirky schedule. There's no such thing as 5 o'clock and you're done. It's like full on all the time. It's constantly in your head. You're checking the analytics all the time. And you just need to make a decision that that's the kind of lifestyle you love. And I love it. I've been doing this, and I've left all my full-time employments, and I've gone full-time YouTube very recently because it's what I wish I've always wanted to do.
I think same, yeah.
I mean, super simplicity is, I just wanted to be able to travel the world for free. That was my goal on day one, not even get paid. Yeah, so just being here and being able to be in Bangkok and eat the food for free, and like this is great. This is my peak happiness in life. Now I get to get paid to have this job, right? So I always just go back to who I was when I first started out, when I was doing everything for free. I just love traveling.
One of the things, though, that people will come up to is, the broader sense of leadership. There was a time where, you put in a certain amount of minimum effort and, you get maximum gain. I mean, this was the economics, but they found out that, so what about society and so what about the environment? But people cannot see with so much power and influence without giving back. There's a certain human-to-human part where they're saying, so what is he doing with the power that we give him? And this goes for elected officials as well as influencers as well as the ordinary guy, which is you cannot have it all without giving back. And so this is where the linchpin happened, is at the point that people see that you're becoming too selfish, or they're giving you so much power without recognizing that, you can make the world a little bit better. Because at the end of it all, people feel that you can leave the world in a better place. And so I try to talk to the influencers, says, look, there is a certain point here where you have to start also using your influence to give back. And if you fail to do that, there will come a time where people will, look at you as somebody who is also, careless with it's actually temporary, the temporary power that you're given. So I think for our work, which is trying to get influencers to use their power for good, it's starting to work out. Some of them have difficulty thinking that, there should be something given back monetarily. But sometimes they realize by doing good, they're actually becoming more influential in a human way. So everything ends up in a very human return on influence, if you want to call it.
That was deep, Elok. I mean, I want to get your responses to that, right? As people with such great reach, how are you thinking about giving back to the communities that you're reaching, right? It's something that I'm sure a lot of us here in the audience think about too, not just influencers or content creators. So, looking ahead, further down in your careers, is that something you're thinking about constantly?
I think about that already, even though being a small channel, because being able to get the attention of people around the world is a huge privilege. And it's a responsibility to not be taken lightly. And so whenever I talk about something, at the moment, I'm talking about Thailand, how it is doing business here, buying a condo here. I am trying to paint a fair picture of the country, and I hope that when I attract people to Thailand, I am raising the economic wellness of the whole country. And I try to really make sure that I really am giving value to people. It may not be in terms of like a charity event at the moment, but actual economic value, income, investment coming into the country that raises the whole awareness and prosperity of everyone.
I, for my part, have to say that I had no idea how much of an impact my vlog would have on your business, for example. That is also a sort of giving back, because he didn't ask me to go there. He didn't pay me to go there. I met Brian, who is the owner of Bambike, founder, and he said, hey, there's a cool event happening at Rizal Park. Do you want to come and vlog? I'm like, yeah, sure. Went there, did a vlog on it, entertained a lot of people. I always get a lot of messages of people saying, thank you so much for doing these kind of vlogs. It puts a smile on my face and it got me through chemo. And these messages are just hitting you really hard. And you have this awareness of how much more impact you have on other people. That's also some sort of like giving back. Besides, just promoting businesses or showing new places. Yeah, I think that's something that we can relate to.
I think at the end of the day, all we want to do as human beings, not just content creators, is be able to make an impact on the world, be able to make an impact on someone's life. And I found out really early in my time as a vlogger that it's true what they say, it gets lonely at the top. I started vlogging at a time when no one even knew what the word vlogging was, so I started becoming successful, starting to make money, get famous, all that like whatever, superficial cool stuff. And it didn't make me happy. And it only started to make me happy once I was able to share my success with my friends, with my viewers, and really feel like I was making a difference. So I really believe 99% of the population at least we're just human beings. We're empathetic. We care about one another. And as long as you're not a sociopath, then you will get sad if you're not making an impact on someone's life. So just having that understanding will force you to make other people happy or help out in whatever way possible.
I still remember when you jumped into the dirty lake of Pasig.
Pasig River?
To make a statement. No, so this is lake, this is river that so many people rely on. He jumps into it to show how dirty it is, and it's like, okay.
Can we pull that up? I wish.
Okay, so I jumped into the Pasig River of the Philippines. This is one of the dirtiest rivers in the world, I think. It's basically like the Ganges River of India, but in the Philippines. So it's very, very dangerous. But I did it because I knew it would go viral, not because I'm stupid, but because I was making a video for the...
Piso para sa Pasig. Donate a peso.
The WWF, I think it was.
Donate a peso to make the river better.
So it was for a good cause. It was to promote sustainability and kind of show, how terrible things are in certain areas and that we need to focus on.
You did have some oil when you stepped out.
Yeah, I actually got sick. I got like the flu for a couple days after getting out of it. But it was well worth it because it went super viral, and I think it allowed people to donate a ton of money and yeah, make change in the world. So I took a little hit for myself for the better of,
Okay,
Mother Earth.
I don't recommend anyone doing that.
I
but
wouldn't either, and I was young. I was young,
I will
was
say
25.
thank you for your service. I think that's a perfect way to wrap up.
Bangkok has an invite for you.
Oh,
yeah. Let me know if you have a dirty river in Bangkok.
I know a few canals for you.
All right, do not recommend. Yeah. Let's think about that first.
Find my youth again.
I think we have to wrap this up. We did run out of time, but that was the perfect way to end this conversation, but also the event, because, not the event, the panel. I want everyone to think about that, giving back and making sure you're using your reach and your influence for good things. So my thanks to this amazing panel. Thank you for bringing the energy and all the great insights. And thank you, everyone, for sticking around for this lovely panel and this event. We'll see you later.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, and we enjoyed hearing from everyone. Now, are you posting your favorite takeaways on social media? We're on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Don't forget to tag us and use #Guru Summit. Okay, now we're going to give away a DJI Osmo Mobile 6. Whoa, it's a cell phone. I don't feel like I'm fair. Here we go, Apollo Leong Yong Kwan. Apollo Kwan won a DJI Osmo Mobile 6. Congratulations, claim your prize after the show. I thought somebody was waiting, right? I'm so tired, I can't even think straight anymore. Okay, here's a card. Okay. So thank you everyone for listening to our expert speakers at ARIS 2022, and we certainly hope you learned something useful. Now it's time for the awards portion of ARIS. Come on, you guys, we're almost there. We're gonna party tomorrow night. To announce the Developers' Choice Awards as voted by you today, let's welcome back on stage PropertyGuru Group's Chief Technology Officer, Manav Kamboj.
That was a very interesting session. I've been a content consumer all my life, and it's interesting to hear how much of hard work and pain goes behind creating that beautiful content. Will, I believe that was his name, I don't follow him, spoke about the beautiful burden of all that fame and glamour. So, well done to all the creators, but here I am to celebrate creators of a slightly different kind. Our tech innovators, you heard from them earlier today, and thank you for voting. We now have a winner, and I guess the votes were fairly close, but we do have a clear winner. And the winner is Selling Sunsets. Well done, congratulations.
Thanks, Manav, and please remain on stage. Manav, you got to remain on stage because we're going to present our next award. But first, everyone, please turn your eyes on our big screen to watch this video. It's Asia's Coolest Real Estate Innovation Award, and the winner gets a chance to get in front of the most influential people from across Asia and beyond via ARIS. The winner will get a PR value worth more than $10,000 via publicity on PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit's online and digital channels. And we want to thank our panel of judges who helped select our top finalists for the Tech Innovation Award. We have Chairperson Manav Kamboj, Angelo Tan, Armel Lebihan, Nick Myers, Petra Burer, and Stephen Ohm. Thank you, our Tech Innovation Award judges. Okay, Manav, let's announce the winner.
The Tech Innovation Award at PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit started in 2018 as a way for us to celebrate creative thinkers and game changers of today and set a benchmark of excellence, mainly targeting startup companies that have innovative tech ideas on products that can solve a problem or a specific issue in real estate. The first Tech Innovation Award recipient in 2018 was Igloo Home, a smart lock startup in Singapore. In 2019, SenseGreen, a scalable AI-powered indoor sensor technology operating in Turkey and Singapore. Rhizome, whose team has been leading smart bamboo construction, won the award in 2020. And last year's winner is Yuhu, who you heard from earlier today, based in Philippines and Singapore, and they won this award virtually in 2021. This year, we had 3 strong finalists, all from different countries, and in alphabetical order, they are Rebricks from Indonesia, you heard from them earlier today. Sativa Building Systems from USA, a sustainable building materials company that creates building materials from hempcrete. And SustainTech from Thailand, building a high-tech renewable platform, basically gamifying waste management. Give a big hand for all the 3 finalists. And the 2022 Tech Innovation Award goes to Rebricks. Congratulations to Rebricks, and I believe the team is here in person.
Wow, yeah. We didn't expect that, but thank you for the award. This is like very, very, yeah. This award maybe can inspire like startup company that can recycle. Sorry, and it's overwhelmed because we don't expect it. Maybe Ovi can.
Thank you very much for everybody for the PropertyGuru group. We didn't know we will win, but I think like I will make this as like to motivate us to be better, to be a better company, to be more responsible with our products. So thank you very much for the trust. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to our Tech Innovation Award 2022 winner. Now, PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit will now present the 2022 Visionary of the Year Award to a person who has made an inedible mark in our industry. To present this special award, which was chosen by the editors of Property Report by PropertyGuru, please welcome back on stage the General Manager of PropertyGuru Asia Property Awards and Events, Jules K.
What about the awards? Yes, awards. So yeah, the Visionary of the Year Award is something that we've been awarding again, like the Tech Innovation Award for many years. It's presented to an individual that's created something special, made an impact, something influential that is potentially going to change the real estate industry and also society. We've heard from him today. His passion for small footprint design and living is having a massive impact, not only in the countries where he lives, but also across the region. His unique, distinctive video storytelling skills has inspired people to look at the way they live in small spaces. You're getting the hint here, right? Yeah. In the name of helping people live more sustainably, more comfortably in their small footprint homes, he has really made a difference and is continuing to have a massive influence around the world. So I'm delighted to say that this year we're presenting the 2022 Visionary of the Year Award to the founder of Never Too Small, Mr. Colin Chi. Welcome.
Well, I didn't expect to need to say something here, but really thank you, Eras, and everyone that believing in our mission and vision at Never Too Small. I would like to dedicate this award to of course, my team at Never Too Small. Without them, there's really no Never Too Small, and we hope we will do more good work to but inspire more people to change the way we live in our future cities, and thank you very much.
Okay, and then that's it. Nearly. So what an inspiring day. Thought leaderships, discussions, opinions, and most importantly, I think today, calls to action. You know, we've been doing this Asia Real Estate Summit for 8 years. We've been discussing the issues. We've been addressing the issues. Today, I really felt like there was a maturity coming out of this discussion where we are actually looking at paying things forward to the industry, to society, from a point of view of experience. Now, PropertyGuru is proud to support and indeed to join these discussions to take things beyond property development, to take it beyond sales and marketing, to take it into innovation, to challenge the status quo, and to set some standards for the industry to follow, for us to follow, that have meaningful impact in the years to come. I would like to thank our ARIS chairman. Where's Stephen? Oh, who's been supporting us throughout the process. Thank you, Stephen, for his contributions. And also like to thank all the panelists and speakers today who have really, given us some insights that we would not necessarily have heard if we hadn't attended today. Amazing. Thank you to the speakers, and particularly for the inclusivity and diversity we've seen on the stage today. Thank you, speakers. Also like to thank the team from PropertyGuru for Business and for DSS for your amazing presentation and insights into data and fantastic lights. Amazing. And last but not least, of course, my team, the team that created this, put this whole event together, and not just this event, it's one of 10 events we've done around the region. So the fact that they're still standing is pretty impressive. And we have another one tomorrow. A little call out, I would just like to call out the leaders of my team. Alan, who actually put together the content for this. Bick, who is the events director and makes all this magic happen. Thank you, Bick. Jane, our creative director. Prel, who is the operations mind behind all this. They're all having a valuable contribution to this. And May, who's not with us at the moment because she's upstairs, who brought together the developers, the sponsors, the salespeople. So thank you to my team, thank you to everybody. And it's not over yet. We have another event coming up later to celebrate power women in the industry. And then tomorrow night is our grand final for the Asia Property Awards for the whole year. So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for a great day, and we look forward to celebrating and moving things forward again next year. So thanks everyone. Let's have a great evening. Thank you.
I have to adjust my mic back. Short people problems, yeah. The production team, how about a big hand for you guys, yeah? You guys are amazing. Okay, we hope to see you again at the next PropertyGuru Asia Real Estate Summit. I'm still adjusting it. Okay, enjoy the rest of PropertyGuru Week. My name is Tina Ryan. Until then, thank you and keep inspiring innovators. Give yourselves a round of applause. Bye, you guys.